Good morning. How you doing?
Hey, good to see you. Glad to be here. Yes. She's always been there. Check out the
Yeah, I think it's.
yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, are y'all giving any thought to not you all right? Windows concentrated on that side.
So they can get probably 6 at least.
They get 12 out. They get 12 out. 12 out.
It's gotta go somewhere.
Cedar Creek's a huge storage building. Expand the house and those storage but he what is
How are you?
How you doing?
Fantastic. Fantastic.
wow.
I'm glad I hold it. Both of y'all. So I went through Rick Marker.
She said she's coming.
So she knows that I was trying to get a hold of y'all, especially playing on this website. So I went back. Sharon helped me. Sharon did some help. So I went back to the parcel and I was like, we got to get that. So, I talked to that hot topic already.
You have?
But yeah, and I we just need to get that application.
Okay, is this wait time? Because that's what we have.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay in the back? Yes, good. Big difference from last year then. We're going to try to get started to stay on schedule this morning. If everybody could take their seats. I know we're going to have a few filling in. There's a few name tags still left out there, so we'll probably have a few more trickling in this morning, but we do need to stay on schedule because we have a packed agenda for y'all this morning. For those that don't know me, I'm Teresa Furr, the director of the Wake Soil and Water Conservation District. This is actually our 19th annual Keeping the Farm Workshop. So I've been doing this a long time, and I was talking with some of the tax staff this morning, and I can tell you across the state, there's a lot of folks that want to have this workshop and have been contacting us and trying to figure out a way to make this happen in their counties as well. So very fortunate that we have this and that we have a long history of providing this information. If you haven't already, I hope you have taken advantage of the breakfast platters. I think we have biscuits and bagels and things this morning in the back. Please help yourself to that, not only this morning, but at the break as well that we'll have. Big thank you to Triangle Land Conservancy. I know the staff here, I saw them floating around, for their donations for the breakfast items this morning, and also for the Friends of the Wake Soil and Water District Board as well, for their donations for snacks as well. This event, especially for the free lunch that we're providing today, really wouldn't be possible without the support of our Wake County Commissioners. I did see two this morning, and we have Commissioner Mile be giving remarks soon. We have Commissioner Adamson right there. Thank you both. About 3 years ago, I made a choice to try to get this in our budget for soil and water, to have a free lunch provided to the attendees, and they were gracious enough to approve that for us to do that. So I'm very happy about that. Also, our Wake Soil and Water Board of Supervisors, I think I've seen one. If I missed anybody, let me know. Thomas Dean, our chair. I think he's in the very back there. Thomas, wave your hand. There's Thomas Dean, our chair of the Wake Soil and Water Board of Supervisors. Any other soil and water supervisors I missed? I know we'll have a few coming today, but I don't think they've made it yet. And our conservation partners. I did get to meet, I think she's here this morning, our North Carolina Senator, Lisa Grafstein. Where is she at? There she is, right there beside Commissioner Adamson. Thank you for being here this morning as well. Any other elected officials? I know we have Tammy. She is our Register of Deeds. She will be giving remarks as well today. She is elected as well. Any other elected officials that I missed this morning that are here? Okay. I'll try to acknowledge those as they come in this morning. Our sponsors, I want to thank them. Again, Triangle Land Conservancy, Agri Supply. We do have some nice door prize items for y'all today from Agri Supply. Wake County Farm Bureau, Hannah. I think I've seen the president of Wake County Farm Bureau, John Burt, as well. John, thank you for being here, John, and for y'all's support and sponsorship. Ag Carolina Credit. Yes, thank you for being here and for your support. And again, the Friends of the Wake Soil and Water Board for their donation and sponsorship. Our vendors and partners, the North Carolina Forest Service. They're back here on the right. Rob Robertson, I know, will be in a breakout session this afternoon. And our great partners over here with NC Farms Forever, North Carolina Agriculture Development and Farmland Preservation Trust Fund, the Executive Director, Evan Davis. Thank y'all for being here. Wake County Planning Department. I know she's outside. I don't know if she's in, but Sharon Peterson is here with Wake County Planning, and appreciate her support. And Wake County Cooperative Extension Service is also here. Jonathan Smith will be in a breakout session this afternoon with Extension. We also have our federal partners, our USDA Farm Service Agency is here, and USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service. Olivia Plant is with NRCS and will also be a part of the breakout session this afternoon. All right. The vendors are all set up around the room, so if you haven't visited them, please go by and see them and talk with them at the break or at lunch. They should be there all the way through lunch as well. For bathrooms, if you're wanting to know where the bathrooms are located, they're just outside the wall here to your left. As soon as you go out this door, take a left, and they're down on the right. We do have an all-star lineup on the agenda today. I know a lot of you have been excited lately and filling out those brackets, this March Madness stuff, right? Well, I can promise you this is where it's at today. So we've got the bracket filled out with champions today to bring you some great information. So on how to keep your farm and forest for generations to come. After each presentation, there will be an opportunity for you to ask questions to that presenter. We ask that you please raise your hand if you have a question. We will have staff come to you with a microphone so that you can ask your question. All of the presentations this morning are being recorded and will be placed on our website, the Wake Soil and Water Conservation District website, wake.gov, for everyone to watch at a later date. So if you have people here that are unable to make it today, they will be saved there for you to go back to review that information. And I honestly can tell Tax that I do that quite often. When I have a question that I need to answer, I go back and review their presentation to get the information I need. All right, let's get started. First up on the agenda, welcome remarks from our elected Wake County Board of Commissioner, Don Mile. Commissioner Mile is a strong advocate and supporter of preserving our farms and forests here in Wake County. He has firsthand experience working on a farm. He understands our county's farming heritage and why it's important for us to have strong, vibrant working farms and forests in Wake County. Commissioner Mile.
Good morning. And thank you, Teresa, for a great introduction there, and welcome everyone. And of course, recognizing my colleague back there, Commissioner Adamson. I think she's back there somewhere. The light kind of blinding us up on this end. But it's a great day to be here in Wake County. So good morning again. I am Wake County Commissioner Don Mile, and I am excited to be here with you today. We are here because nothing is more important to you than protecting your farms, your livelihoods, and your legacies. And we couldn't agree more. At last count, Wake County have 664 farms. That's more than 62,000 acres of farmland in active production. For such an urbanized county, we really have a lot of farmland. We have thriving urban centers, lush rural landscapes. That's the best of both worlds. And that's what makes Wake County such a great place to live and work. It also means we have to be proactive, maintaining that balance and protecting our farmlands. Making sure your agricultural land is preserved is not just a matter of your family's security. It's a matter of our Wake County security. So we are in this together. I was born and raised on a farm in the Shotwell area, about 15 minutes down the road. And of course, to be raised on a farm is to work on a farm. My whole family grew tobacco and cotton, plus the crops we raised to get through the cold months. Before I was big enough to prime tobacco, my brother and I would drive the mule and bring the crops to the barn in a tobacco slide. That's right, I said a mule. Or chopping tobacco, hanging tobacco on the tiers in the barn, and watch my mom and grandmother tie tobacco on the horse. And I can't forget the first day of priming the field, getting the sand loves, or my dad and grandfather getting up all times of night and going to the barn to ensure that the fire had not gone out. So some of you might be able to guess my age. And I also remember when we finally got that one of those fancy new tractors. It wasn't a couple of days before my brother drove it into the barn. It's a funny memory, and of course, when it happened, we all started laughing, but we knew it was dead meat because he done tore up the tractor already. But those are the type of things that you experience living on a farm. You see, my family were sharecroppers. It was near impossible for black families to own the farmland that they worked at the time. But I knew how much work generations of my family had put into that land. It was an honest way of life. But it wasn't easy. It wasn't predictable. Back then, you worked all summer just to survive the winter. Droughts, unpredictable weather made it hard to put away money. There were no 401ks, no retirement plans. I spent a lot of time in the last year visiting farms and hearing about local agricultural production throughout the county. I know that farmers today face those same problems, but with a lot of new challenges added on. Climate change is affecting when you plant your crops and how much they yield. Wake County is growing fast, and that means even more development. It can be hard to hold on to farmland, and if you decide to make a change, fair compensation can be a concern. Of the 7 county commissioners, more than half of us was raised on family farms, so we understand the importance. We are committed to getting you all what you need to keep the land that you're investing in for generations. We're also putting our money where our mouth is. In the last 2 years, we have dedicated over $7.8 million. I say it again, $7.8 million to permanently protect working farms and forestry land in Wake County. That's, thank you. That's money funds agricultural conservation easements, which are just one part of our farmland preservation program. Thanks to our partnership with some fantastic landowners, the Triangle Land Conservancy, we have already closed on 2 permanent conservation easements. That's 246 acres of productive agricultural land protected. So far, the Soil and Water team is already working with 11 more applicants who want their farmland protected forever. Every time I get to visit local farmers, someone new is asking how these easements work, and we are happy to spread the word. That's where this fantastic group from Team Wake comes in. The folks from the Soil and Water Conservation District, the tax office, the Register of Deeds, the cooperative extension, they are all here today to listen to you and get you the information you need. They want you to leave today feeling confident that you can navigate tax issues, recording deeds, and make access protective plans. So please ask all your questions. They are ready to get in the weeds with you. Don't forget to take down their contact information either, because they pick up when you call them later. You could not be in better hands. So thank you again for having me, and I hope you all have a great day. And please remember, I am you, you are we, and we are Wake County. Thank you.
What a blessing to have that allocation of funds to protect farms. I can say, and I know our Farmland Preservation Coordinator, I don't know if Lauren's in here, but we have earmarked all $7.8 million for projects in Wake County already. So it's already going. Just need that money from the state, Evan, and we'll be ready to go. So I have to tell him that every time. He laughs at me. He knows that. He knows we need the money here bad to get these easements closed. We have a treat for you this morning. We got a 2 for the price of 1. So you are getting your money's worth today. We have our Deputy Tax Administrator, Nicole Kreiser, this morning to talk about the revaluation process in Wake County and answer questions. We also welcome back our Appraisal Manager, Braxton Williford, and staff as well to educate us on the Present Use Value Program and any other tax updates that you need to be aware of for our county. So please welcome Nicole.
Good morning. I'm Nicole Kreiser. I'm Wake County's Deputy Tax Administrator, and wanted just to give you a brief update about revaluation since it's been a pretty popular topic for the last couple of months. So I'm going to talk about revaluation, give a little bit of context about revaluation and PUV, and then I'm going to turn it over to Braxton Williford, who will go through our PUV program and some of the requirements. Some of this is probably information you know before, but okay, what is revaluation? Revaluation is where we have to update properties to fair market value, and in Wake County, we do that every 4 years. We used to do that every 8 years, but in 2016, the Board of Commissioners voted to shorten the cycle, so now we do that every 4 years. One was in 2020. We've just done the most recent update to 2024, at January 1, 2024. Revaluation and fair market value means we have to update values to what a hypothetical sale would be with a willing buyer and a willing seller. So it's a arm's length market transaction, what the property would be worth at a market real estate sale level. It impacts 85% of the county's tax base. So we're talking land, homes, commercial buildings. 15% is excluded. That's your business personal property or your public utilities or your registered motor vehicles. So how do we go about doing that? We have over 425,000 parcels or pieces of property in Wake County. The first thing we do is we make those into neighborhoods. We take those over 425,000 pieces of property and put that into 5,100 neighborhoods. And we're comparing like for like. We're going to compare rural property to rural property. We're going to compare urban property to urban property. We're going to compare subdivisions to similar subdivisions. So we break those down into neighborhoods. Then we do land and building pricing. We're looking at what have been the recent market transactions. Typically, we looked at a 2-year period and we honed in closest to the sales that were as of January 1, 2024. Then we went out in the field and we did what we called the eye test. We had our set of appraisers go out and say, okay, I computed this. Let me go out in the field and see, does that make sense? What I'm seeing, does that match the numbers that we did in the land and building pricing? That led up to January, where we mailed the notices of assessed value, which I'm pretty sure most of y'all got that lovely letter in the mail. And then we're in our appeals process. And I'll walk through our appeals process is happening now, and we will be reviewing appeals through the fall. So again, for y'all, present use value is called out in our schedule of values. Part of the revaluation process is that the Board of Commissioners adopts the schedule of values to how we set market value or how we price properties. And so if your land is in PUV, your property is also calculated with a PUV value based off of these various soil classes for agriculture, horticulture, and forest land. If you want to get into the detail, we're happy to point you to that copy of the schedule of values. It's at wake.gov/SOV, and you'll be able to see the detail of where your property is valued on your PUV basis. So this time around, we had 3 times as many properties reviewed in the field than we did in 2020. It was a monumental effort of our appraisers, and I'm really proud of them. So if you look at our review activity, we had over almost 178,000 properties where we had an appraiser go out and look at it in the field. And then our office reviews were about 50,000. We targeted property that was built before 2000, we went and looked at it in the field. Anything after 2000, we did more of an office review because a lot of the information is easier to find online. But it gave us, when we go back and look at the field checks and the litmus tests, it gives us information to know, is our information right? So we tripled our efforts on that, and it really paid off. So, I mentioned there's over 427,000 parcels in Wake County. You're looking at about 404,000 residential and about 24,000 commercial. 4 years ago, we were at 395,000 parcels. So in 4 years, we grew the equivalent size in parcels as Granville, Richmond, or Lenoir County. And you all see that because you know farms, and we'll talk about how many properties were in PUV then versus how many properties are in PUV now. So you see the transactions and what's happening to your land. We see that as new properties being created, and so that's what we've grown in over just a little bit 4 years. 3,200 of these properties are in the PUV program. So what were the revaluation results? Overall, the county grew in value, market value over 4 years at 51%. That breaks down 53% residential property and 45% growth in commercial. A lot of that was driven for the first 2 years of the cycle, where we saw astronomical increases in market activity. It steadied over the last 2 years, but it didn't dip. And it's just indication of market activity and what land and what homes we're selling for. And by law, we have to do a revaluation based off of that market activity. I thought it would be helpful to give you guys context of how your property, the PUV parcels, has grown in this revaluation. And this is a heat map. The lightest color represents the littlest or the smallest amount of growth, and the darkest represents the highest growth. You'll see these are your PUV properties. Most of them are in the eastern part of the county, and the highest market activity growth was in the Wendell area. PUV has a tremendous value for homeowners, for property owners. Fair market value of land in the PUV program is, market value is $3.56 billion. 3.32 billion of that is deferred. So that the amount that we are billing for property taxes and the value is $243.9 million. That results in over $15 million of property tax not billed and deferred as part of that program. This represents the updated benefit of the PUV program after revaluation. Where we're at now is that we had a slight shift. We were at 69% of our tax base being residential property. That's increased to 70%, and commercial changed from 31% to 30%. For our real property tax base, you're looking at about $273 billion, and then when you include your personal property, we have a total tax base of $307 billion. Those are massive numbers. I wanted to quickly highlight, we really want to put information out and dispel any myths, provide clear, concise information. I urge you to go to wake.gov/revaluation. Our website has a wealth of information. It has a copy of the brochure that was included in all your notices of assessed value. It's going to talk about what is revaluation, why is it important, how do we conduct it. It will talk about, well, what's going to happen to my property if something changes between revaluations. You can go to the revenue neutral tax calculator and see the impact of revaluation, assuming revenue neutral rates to your specific property. Just put in your real estate ID code, or you can look up for your address and then put that information in, and you can see property specific information. We have a host of frequently asked questions, and we have a video about how to file an appeal. We want to be clear, transparent, and accessible, and we encourage you to go on the website. I have copies of this brochure with me. I have copies of our business card. You call our office, you call 857-3800, an appraiser's going to answer that phone in about 30 seconds. You can ask them anything about revaluation. And then if you have other specific questions, either they will answer the question or they'll transfer the call over to Braxton or Chuck, and then they'll talk to you also. Wanted to highlight the remaining schedule. So in January, we sent out those notices of value. Informal reviews, which is where you set an appeal into our appraiser, they looked at it, they're going to render a decision, it's within our office. That deadline was March 1st. If you submitted an appeal in the informal review process, the letter of the results of that informal review is going to be mailed starting April 1st. But if you didn't do the informal review, you still have time to appeal. There is a formal appeal process where you appeal to the Board of Equalization and Review, which is a board appointed by the Board of County Commissioners, and they will render a decision regarding your appeal. That deadline is May 15th. You can apply online for that appeal. You can mail in a form. If you need a copy of a form, call our office, email our office, revaluation@wake.gov, and we'll mail you a new form or email you the form. Again, that deadline is May 15th. Wanted to share just a little bit about the numbers of informal reviews we received. In 2020, the informal review appeal rate was about 4.5%. So you're looking at 4.5% of our 395,000 parcels requested an informal review. This time around, we have over 425,000 parcels, and we're at 3.5%. So we've seen a 1% decrease in the number of reviews submitted. Of course, we'll be tracking for how many formal appeals come. So we don't know if that activity is less overall or if it's just going to be less informals and more formals. Again, though, we're here to help. We want to if you have questions, please contact us. Before I turn it over to Braxton, I just wanted to quickly say I'll be here through lunch. I have brochures about revaluation. I have business cards. If you have specific questions or want to hear more about the information I presented in these slides, just come up and I'm happy to have that conversation.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? All right. After hearing Nicole's presentation, I was just sitting there thinking how important the present use value program is now. It's wonderful to live in an area where land is so valuable, but on the other hand, it also shows how important it is to understand the PV program and what you're actually involved in. So unfortunate instances don't happen where you would lose your eligibility. We've got some useful information in our slideshow today. We're going to start out with some statistical changes. I think everybody likes to see what's coming in, what's going out, the amount of acreage that's changing, and then we're just going to go over some updates. There haven't been any real statute changes, so a lot of it will just be a review of some of the other keeping the farm slides that you've seen in the past. My stuff. Sorry about that. All right. This is probably one of my favorite. I got to use the clicker. Sorry. All right. As you can see, we do a breakdown of the whole county, and on the left side we have the PUV parcels in 2014. On the right side we have current day 2024. It's kind of hard to see, but if you look from the left to the right, you can see where the parcels have been coming out of PUV. Over the last 10 years, we're looking at a total of a 16% decrease in the number of parcels in PUV. This slide, it just breaks it down a little farther within the classification. So agriculture lost about 14%, horticulture lost about 10%, forestry lost about 10%. Again, that's over a 10-year period. Moving on to the total acreage. As you can see, in 2014, there were almost 96,000 acres of PUV land. Now, in current day 2024, we're looking at 88,385. roughly about an 8% decrease over a 10-year period. Just on a side note, last year alone, we lost 3,369 acres of PUV land. So who determines the rates where the use value is calculated on? Well, the use value rates have nothing to do with market value. They have nothing to do with the revaluation. They're strictly derived from soil types and from the rental rates where farms are rented throughout the state. Just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that the use value rates have nothing to do with the revaluation or with market value. So what are the basic requirements of PUV? Well, you got your big three, you got your size, your ownership, and your income. We're also going to touch on how you can apply for PUV, how we have to administer the program through compliance reviews, and then what happens if you lose the eligibility. We do have to collect some deferred taxes. All right, we're going to start off with size. So as I stated previously, there really hadn't been any statute changes for the core qualification standards. Agriculture, you had to have a minimum of 10 acres in production for the preceding 3 years. Horticulture, you had to have a minimum of 5 acres in production for the preceding 3 years. Forestry, you had to have a minimum of 20 acres for the preceding 3 years. So what are some of the key details about size? So when we talk about PUV, you'll hear us talk about a qualifying tract. Now, a qualifying tract can be one parcel that meets the minimum standards, or it can be multiple parcels that meet the minimum standards. If you do have a tract that has multiple parcels, though, they all have to be contiguous, and they all have to be in the exact same ownership. You can be bisected by a road. Sometimes DOT will cut a road through your property and you have no recourse in that. So we can let that be considered contiguous as well. What about stuff under like grain bin? If you have any farm outbuildings, that land can be used towards acreage in production as well. Home sites are never able to be, if you have a dwelling on the property, 1 acre will have to be set aside and built at market value. You can actually qualify with land from another county as long as it's within 50 miles of the other parcel that you're trying to qualify with. Ownership requirements. So if it's an individually owned parcel, you have to own the property for 4 full years before the year in which you try to make the application. The only exception to that is if you actually live on the property, you can apply the 1st January after you move onto the property. Business entities, same thing. You have to own it for 4 full years before you make the initial application in January. What if you want to buy a property that's already in PUV? Well, the statute does allow that. We will let you fill out what we call a continued use application. And if the new owner accepts the deferred tax liability and you don't change the use of the property, that is something that you are allowed to do without a rollback on the property. What are some additional information about ownership? We already touched on a tract can be made up of multiple parcels as long as they're contiguous and they're in the exact same ownership. We do see a lot of people changing the ownership to LLCs and to trust. That is considered a new ownership on paper, so that would require a continued use application to be filed in our office within 60 days of the transfer. Once a deed is recorded, it cannot be undone. That's very, very important. I was talking to Teresa earlier. We've actually got someone today who is at the Board of Equalization where they didn't talk to us and they recorded something, and unfortunately there's no going back when you record something, and not all the heirs were able to still qualify. So we suggest if you're going to be recording anything, give myself, give Chuck a call. We can go over what you're planning on doing, and if we don't think it's going to benefit you and cause you to be, roll back, we can kind of steer you in a different direction. Hopefully we can avoid an unfortunate rollback on your property. If you are qualifying as a business entity, one other key thing that must be done is your primary business, where you're recorded with the Secretary of State, has to be related to whatever you're qualifying for, whether it be agriculture, horticulture, or forestry. Income requirements, really nothing new here. This is just sort of a refresher from previous slideshows we've done. Agriculture and horticulture, you have to average $1,000 gross over a 3-year period. Forestry, there's no income requirement due to the long-term nature of growing of the trees, but we do make you file a written management plan that we suggest you get a forester to do that. You can do your own plan, but I would strongly suggest you go through the Forest Service or a private forester to do that. What's some useful information about income? So when we're talking about agriculture, agriculture can consist of just about any type of crop and animals. It's pretty broad, but when we're talking about horticulture, which is where you only have to have 5 acres, it's very specific to truck farming and nursery type products. So those are the only type products that you can use for horticulture. And we have had a few people that are starting to do some nut operations like chestnuts and pecans. That type of stuff also can be considered horticulture. There are a few crossover crops like sweet potatoes. Some of the sweet potatoes can be more different colored sweet potatoes like the purples and the yellows and stuff. Some of that can fall into horticulture as well. The statute does actually allow you to do what we call value in exchange. Instead of selling your crop, if you actually, say, cut your hay and you feed your animals with the hay, that is as good as selling the crop. So we will allow that as well. What type of income are we looking for? We're actually looking for what you sell the crop or animals for. We're not looking for what you rent the land with the rent that you get from a farmer who's farming your farm. None of these other stud fees, training, animals, or hunting rights. None of that income will be able to be used towards the income requirement. All right, when can you apply for PUV? If the property has never been in PUV, the application time period is the month of January. January 31st would be the cutoff for that. Any initial application that we get after January 31st is considered a late file application. And we do get quite a few of those. So don't be hesitant to fill it out. I mean, you can always go through the process. But we do make you provide us a good cause statement as to why your application is coming in late after January 31st. All these applications have to go before our Wake County Board of Equalization and Review. If they deem that your good cause has got some merit to it, then they can go ahead and make a determination on the merit of the application itself. This is a one-time application unless there is an ownership change on the property, then we would require you to do a continued use application. Okay, I spoke about continued use application a little bit on the previous slide. So this is for properties that you want to buy that's already in the present use value program. As I said before, you can elect to accept the deferred tax liability and continue as long as you continue the exact same use that the property is already in. Just like initial applications, there is a window to get this in what we consider on time. So there's a 60-day window to get a continued use application filed with our office. If you get the application to us after 60 days, these will be considered a late file application, just like a late initial application. Those have to go to the Board of Equalization as well. Good cause statement would need to be provided for that as well. And if the good cause is accepted, then the Board of Equalization can make a determination on the merit of the application. So if you think you might be purchasing a property that's already in PUV, we suggest to make sure everybody involved with the transaction knows what's going on, all the attorneys, any realtors that might be involved, even let our office know that, hey, I'm going to be filling out a continued use application on this property. It's already in forestry. I'm going to keep it as a forestry tract. That way, if the ownership happens to come through, Chuck knows that, hey, I'm going to be getting a continued use application on this property, so we know not to go ahead and calculate the deferred taxes. If it is a forestry tract and you do a continued use application, we would expect a forestry management plan to be filed with our office as well. So how do we administer the PUV program? Well, The state of North Carolina requires that we review all the PUV properties at least once every 8 years. If you've been in the PUV program for a while, you have probably gotten one of our questionnaires from us asking about how much you're making on the crops, how much you got in production. Last time we did that was 2017 and 2018, and we are expecting to do our next reviews in 2024 and 2025. And if we need to, we can review individual properties on an as-needed basis. So what happens if a property loses its eligibility? Well, we try to avoid that unless, you know, sometimes people do sell the properties and they request the rollback. But if we do have to collect the back taxes, the statutes require us to collect the 3 back years plus the current year. A rollback can be either 4 years or 3 years, and it all depends on when the disqualifying event happens. If the disqualifying event happens from January 1st to the end of June, there's only 3 years involved with the rollback because the current year hadn't actually been billed yet. But if the disqualifying event happens between July 1st and December 31st, then they'll actually have 4 years of that rollback. The only reason is because that current year has actually already been billed. So you're really paying either way, either as a market value on that current year or included in the deferred rollback. So what happens when we do roll a property back? Well, the back taxes, the back 3 years, plus interests are due and payable immediately. But the current year would actually be due through January 5th, just like a normal tax bill. What happens if your property happens to be taken by DOT through road widening or a new road? If you drive around Wake County, we do have a lot of construction going on. You see 540 took a bunch of PUV properties. We've been working over the last 2 years cleaning some of that stuff up. These take a long time, sometimes years. There's a lot of back and forth on how much they're actually going to take, a lot of negotiations. For that reason, GIS actually cannot change the property lines, and we can't update our camera records until the final highway deed is filed. Now, technically, DOT has quick take authority. Whenever they do the taking, they own the property. So if you're involved with the taking, please let us know. We can proactively try to find the taking or the highway deed, and at least we can go ahead and make sure that the bills are rebated, because technically you don't own the property anymore, but it does take a while for the property lines to be updated. One good thing is if DOT does take some of your property, by statute, they are required to reimburse you for any taxes that would be paid due to the DOT taking the property. Just like Nicole said, we're here to help as in any way we can. In today's climate with the market values so high, the PUV program has never been more important to fully understand. And if you have any questions or are thinking about recording any deeds that may trigger a split, just give us a call, and Chuck and I will be happy to sit down with you and go over what you're planning on doing, and hopefully you can avoid an unnecessary rollback on the property. Yeah, I think we got some of our information up here as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicole and Braxton. So I hear the story that Braxton talked about at least a couple times every year about subdividing property, not realizing the mistake they made, and the farm, you know, some of the parcels being taken out of present use value. So it's something that bothers me, because it's devastating to a lot of family farms, because without that present use value, I hear this, and I know the commissioners hear this, everywhere we go from farmers, if we didn't have present use value, we wouldn't be able to continue farming and paying the taxes on the land. Without that, there's no way we would be able to do that. So that's one of the biggest reasons why some of farms get sold, because of that. And so we want to make sure that people understand what to do and what not to do, and to get help before they do anything into something that they can't take back. Any questions for Braxton and Nicole with that, okay, we got some mics, and so we're going to come around to you, and so that way you can just ask your question. And I'm going to step aside. Depending on the question, one of them will make a decision on who's going to answer that for you, okay?
On the income for farm, one thing that I didn't hear mentioned was agritourism. And I think general statutes classifies agritourism as a farming activity.
Okay.
And hunting and fishing is an activity in agritourism. So it said leased land for hunting or hunting rights was not included, but it would seem that if it was agritourism, it would be farm income.
Come up and make sure he hears you.
Yeah, agritourism does not count. It currently does not count. Now, I can't speak for General Assembly. There could be a change eventually, but right now, agritourism does not count. Not for PUD, it does not, no.
No.
It's listed as a farming activity.
That's right.
General statutes with crops, with raising cows, hogs, horses.
Yes, sir.
Right, I can speak to that a little bit. So the definition of a bona fide farm does have agritourism as the definition of a bona fide farm, which is separate than the present use value program and the definition for qualifications into the present use value system. So yes, you are a bona fide farm and considered that, but may not be considered, for present use value. I got one in the back there, Emily.
So did I understand, did I hear you correctly, that you can grow sweet potatoes and qualify for horticulture class?
Yes, sir.
Just 5 acres?
That's right.
Got a question there?
Yes, the question I've got is on the rollback, if you deed a lot to a family member, a half-acre lot that comes out of the farm, is the back taxes, it's figured just on the half acre?
Yes, sir, that'd be just on the half acre. And hopefully you'd have enough acreage left over to still maintain your qualification.
Len Schaefer here from Apex. About 20 years ago, a partner of mine and I bought 150 acres in Orange County, and we took it as 80% for me and 20% for him. And we've had it in forest management in present use value all these years. Well, he'd passed away and his wife passed away, and I'm going to buy the 20% that's owned by his children. And I talked to the forest management lady over in Orange County, real nice young lady. And she said, as long as I file an updated plan, a forestry management plan, within 60 days following the deeding of that 20% interest, I would be in good shape and I could continue the forest management plan. And so we intend to put this property into some sort of a trust so that it can be bought by developers or anything else like that. And anyway, thank you.
Well, it definitely sounds like it would qualify for a continued use situation as long as you do fill out the paperwork with Orange County within 60 days of that deed being filed.
My question's about you mentioned a highway deed. Is that just, your deed doesn't necessarily show the right-of-way of the road, or does it?
So what we mean by the highway deed is once the back and forth with DOT is finalized, the highway deed records the exact amount of acreage that is taken by DOT. That's why it does take so long, and that's why we have to wait to move the parcel lines and officially change the ownership in our CAMA system. But as I stated, technically DOT has quick take authority. They technically own the property as soon as they take it. It is a very complicated, a lot of back and forth to finalize.
I reckon what I'm asking is, how do you originally find what how much the highway has on your, because we have a lot of road frontage.
I'm not sure how much, what she's asking. Oh, well, there's right-of-way on just about every property that has road frontage. And a lot of the old deeds go to the center of the road. If you get an updated survey, a lot of times it takes that out. In Wake County, we go by deeded acres, not calculated acres. So a lot of times we avoid a lot of confusion with the right-of-way.
Okay, that answered my question. Thank you.
So I just had a quick clarification for you. You were talking about stud fees. Sorry, sitting here in the back, just a voice from the back of the room. The grazing fees do qualify, isn't that correct, for your present use value?
Yes, sir.
So horse boarding, your boarding fee would not, but if you charge a grazing fee for equine activities, that does qualify.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Chuck. Grazing was added about 5 years ago? Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Saw one here in the front too.
Can I talk now? Okay. Yeah. I practiced law in this area for about 50 years, and in my days I did a lot of things involving rights of way and roads and so on. And one thing most people are not aware of, those of us who live in the country, like I do, are aware of it. That is that most roads, most of the old roads around, don't have any right-of-way recorded. They're just, under the law, they're just considered a ditch-to-ditch easement. And DOT will come along and they'll tell you, we're going to widen the road. And they'll tell you they have 60 feet. They don't have 60 feet. They have ditch to ditch, and I have argued that case successfully, I don't know how many times, and gotten people a fairly good shake financially for the property they take. But they will oftentimes, the DOT is oftentimes, I won't say dishonest, I say misinformed, as a more polite word. And so if you live over in Orange County, you got all these roads over there. Most of them don't have any kind of right-of-way recorded. And they will come and try and widen them and not pay you for it. So
We'll move on. Yeah, I think we got one more question here. Got one more. Yeah, this will be the last one. Yeah.
I own a farm that was recently placed on conservation easement on it. And going through the process, I heard some different views about present use value after the conservation easement was attained. And some people suggested that the present use value may be forever because it has gone into a conservation easement. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And I'm glad you brought up conservation easement. Teresa has brought to my attention multiple over the last couple of weeks. We don't know that you have put a conservation easement on your property. You have to let us know. Once you do let us know, we can go ahead and make the proper adjustments. So, because technically, by putting a conservation easement on your property, you're relinquishing part of your bundle of rights on that property. So it's not marketable as a sellable piece of property anymore. So what happens is, in perpetuity, forever, it is priced at the use value rates. But there is no rollback unless you actually sell it to the conservation agency. Can't avoid a rollback in that situation. But if you put the easement on yourself, there is no rollback, and we just tax it at the current at use value forever.
Thanks for your time. We'll move on. But as Nicole and Braxton said, they will be here through lunch. So you can talk with them separately, individually, at break or at lunch. So we'll try to stay on track. I'm pretty sure we're off already, right? Okay. We're very happy to welcome back Tammy Bruner, Wake County Register of Deeds, with us this morning. Tammy was elected back in 2020 and I think this is her actually third Keeping the Farm workshop. So time's flying by, Tammy. So last year, we did a survey, and, her presentation was the most valuable information that they could get with her presentation. So I'm so glad that she had the time to come back. Transactions record process is very important, and so please help me welcome Tammy back this morning. Thank you.
Well, I hope I can live up to last year. Good morning again. I'm Tammy Bruner. I'm your Wake County Register of Deeds. Am I in control? Okay, here we go. I want to start the same way I started last year with some facts and information that I found out about farmland, because y'all, this is not my wheelhouse. Farms, registering deeds and vital records is my wheelhouse. And I just wanted to see if y'all knew this or if this is even correct. So I noted where I got it from in case it's wrong and y'all don't think that I made up this information. North Carolina has 8.4 million acres of farmland. I found that amazing. North Carolina is the second most threatened state and could lose up to 1.2 million acres of farmland by 2040. And I have to believe it's stuff like this that keeps farmland really continuing to grow instead of disappearing. This goes against what Braxton or Nicole said. I'm not sure that Mecklenburg and Wake counties have lost 20% of farmland in the last decade. Their slide said that Wake County had lost almost 8%, so I'm guessing the other 12 was in Mecklenburg. North Carolina loses about 55 acres of farmland a day. That makes me sad for family members more than even the land. And Wake County is 850 square miles in size. I point that out in every talk that I give because I'm not sure that people really realize how large Wake County actually is. I'm just going to go through a little bit of information about property values in 2023. And some of this will take you all the way up to the end of February of 2024. This is the median real estate price in Wake County. That means all property. It does not mean the median home value. So this includes, if a business sells a whole entire shopping center or a mall and it's millions and millions of dollars, that's in this median price. And you can see how it fluctuates every month. This tells you how much money properties sell for and how much goes in a year. So in 2023, $15.3 billion worth of property was bought and sold in Wake County. And you can see in 2021 and 2022, it was a little out of control, which also goes back to what Nicole was saying about how the market was insane. My office was insane. And this will tell you how many deeds happen every month. And you can see this goes from 2021 up to currently right now. And you can also see how in 2021 it was through the roof. 2021 was my first year in this job, and I thought that was how life was. When my staff was working overtime and could hardly finish just recording the deeds every day. And then when we moved into 2022 and 2023, I was terrified that I was going to lose staff because look how much we had dropped. But then I realized this is normal. We're in normal world right now. 2021 and 2022 were not normal. I also talked about this last year, but I don't think you can hear it enough. The Register of Deeds office is the most important office that you've never heard of. Everything important that happens in your life happens in the office of the Register of Deeds. Your birth, your death, your marriage, your property, all run through our office. There are 3 main departments in the Register of Deeds: your vital records, everything, your birth, your death, your marriages, your notary oaths, and your military discharge, your DD 214s are filed in the Register of Deeds office. The recording takes care of your deeds of trust and your assumed business names, and I'm not going to read everything to you, all of those other parts of recording. Once we receive these documents, we scan every single one of them, and you're able to see them online pretty quickly. And then once that is all done, we index all of these documents so that they are searchable. And just so you know, those indexers go through every single one of these documents twice to make sure that the first person didn't miss anything or say something wrong, the second person verifies. We also, I told you guys last year that we opened a passport office, and it has been a huge hit and an incredible moneymaker for the county. It is like growing money on trees. I just want to say that. I wish that we had done this a long time ago. I want to clarify the difference. We don't process your passport. We are an acceptance facility. We only you bring it to us, and we make sure that everything is correct and make sure that you are a U.S. citizen and pass all the tests that we have to look to see: your birth certificate, your marriage certificate if you changed your name, that both parents are there if a child is getting their birth certificate. We verify all of that information, take your payments, and we mail it off to the State Department. And at that point, our office is out of it. We give you the ability to track your passport, but we have nothing to do with it once it leaves our office. And the biggest difference between our passport office and any other passport office in Wake County is that we take walk-ins. We take walk-ins until 1 o'clock. You're not going to be done in 15 minutes, but you'll be out of there within an hour, even as a walk-in without an appointment. These are things that people think that we do, that we absolutely don't do. And I'm hoping that this slide presentation will be mailed out to you guys so that you have this contact information in case anybody asks you or you need any of this information. We don't handle wills at all. You certainly can record your will in our office. We will record anything. If you want to get a card that your 4-year-old created for you for Mother's Day notarized, we will record it. You can pay the fee and we will record it. We will record a will for you, but it is not mandatory, and so I would say 8 out of 10 times we don't have a copy of your will. We cannot, by law, provide you legal advice, and that is really difficult for staff at the Register of Deeds office sometimes because we really do know the processes, but if we by chance tell you something wrong, we can be sued, which if they tell you something wrong means I can be sued. So I tell them not to give legal advice, but by law, they cannot legally do that. We cannot make a change to your deed at all. People come in all the time and want this name removed or this name added. We don't have the ability to do that. You will have to get a real estate attorney to redo your deed. If you are married and your spouse passes, it is not required that you update your deed. Because you were married, when that property was bought, it remains with the living spouse. Other people will tell you differently. It is not required. You can do it if it makes you feel better and safer that the property is then only in your name, but it is not required. We don't handle divorces. We only handle the marriage side. So sometimes people will call and ask if I can verify that these people are still married. I really can't. I have that they got married, but I don't have any way of telling you if they got divorced. Adoption records are handled at the state level. If someone is born in Wake County and they are adopted, we don't ever have a copy of their birth certificate again until it changes. And then if they need it, we have people come in at 40 years old and say they were born in Wake County. That's when they find out they were adopted because we can't find it. And they have to go to North Carolina Vital Records to get their birth certificates. We are not North Carolina Vital Records. I want to make that extremely clear because we are two separate agencies. I get calls every day about, I ordered my birth certificate 6 months ago and I paid $36 to get that birth certificate and y'all haven't sent it to me. Our birth certificates cost $10 and you will have it if you order it online within 5 to 7 business days. So that's always my first clue, that they're not talking about the Wake County Register of Deeds, they're talking about North Carolina Vital Records. It's really important to know, all the other counties, when somebody asks a question, they send them to Raleigh. They say, you need to go to Raleigh. Well, they come to Raleigh and they think they need to come to the Wake County Register of Deeds. They need to go to North Carolina Vital Records. Mailing out your deed once your loan is paid off, this isn't like a car title. We don't mail it automatically. You should receive something from your bank or wherever you got your loan. It's called a satisfaction that tells you that you paid off your loan. We also receive a copy of that from your lender. We also file that, and it is connected to your deed to show that it is paid off. But we do not mail the deed out. You get the deed the day that you buy your house. So the day you walk out of your attorney's office, you have the deed in hand. But you can also look it up online if you need it at some point, and I'll show you how to do that in a minute. We don't handle surveys in our office. They are not filed in our office. We don't have anything to do with your Social Security number or your Social Security card, and we don't actually have anything to do with you changing your name. You need to take your marriage license with you, but nothing in my office is verified past giving you that certified copy of your marriage license. These are some common mistakes that if you file a deed and it's rejected, these are some of the reasons why. The deed was prepared by your cousin, and your cousin doesn't know how to do a deed. You really do need an attorney. Your cousin didn't put the excise tax, what you owe the county for this, on your deed, so we have to reject it. Somebody's address is always missing, so we have to reject it for that. There is a complete legal description, which I don't know if y'all probably as farmers totally have seen these, where it describes, you know, from the pole on the south end part of the yard to the ditch on the right end 3 miles up on the yard. We need that kind of legal description in these deeds. And then people asking us to remove or add names to a deed. For assumed business names or deeds of trust when your mortgage is paid off, or satisfactions when your mortgage is paid off, we have to have the Secretary of State ID number on your assumed business name. We have to have the address of your assumed business name, which counties you're trying to do your business in. The title line is always left blank of what your business is called. Sometimes when these things are done and paid off, people are trying to record these items from Orange County and Wake County, or Johnston County and Wake County. We can't record other counties' documents, only Wake County. And you have to, if you're trying to connect a satisfaction or a deed of trust to the original deed, we need the original deed's book and page number, which I'll also show you how to do that. So these are some updates since we last met. Last time I was here, I bragged all about all the things that we had done since I had become the Register of Deeds. And I've kind of slowed down the pace because my staff asked me to just sit down for just a little bit of time and let them catch up with all of the things that I was trying to change. The newest project that we're doing is we are going through all of the deeds and looking up racially restrictive covenants, which racially restrictive covenants were records that list property restrictions like will be occupied exclusively by Caucasian race or shall never be sold, resold, conveyed, granted, devised, leased, or rented to, or occupied by in any way used by any person or persons not of the Caucasian race. This document, this right here is an actual part of a deed that was filed during the period of time. This was outlawed, right? Like it is illegal to do this, and none of these, these are not valid today. This is a map of Budley subdivision, which was an inside the Beltline neighborhood. This was a property that the covenants of the entire subdivision stated this. So it wasn't actually listed on all of the deeds of the subdivision, but the subdivision itself put this in their covenants. So the purpose of this, actually, is to, I'm not sure who in here has learned of or know of red line maps, but years ago, maps were drawn to show where these properties were in counties. There wasn't one done in Wake County, and the only reason it was is because our population wasn't at the amount that got you a red line map at the time. Our purpose of doing this is twofold. One, I love bringing the history out to the front that's hidden in all of these books, that have been hidden in these books for years. And also, we'd like to get a red line map drawn. I believe that once we draw these red line maps, we will see that the underserved parts of Wake County are the same underserved parts of Wake County that were when these were originally in practice. This is totally run by volunteers, 100%. The people managing the project are volunteers, and everybody doing the work is a volunteer. The regional centers, I try to talk about these centers as much as I possibly can. These are like gold in Wake County, and I don't think enough people know about these regional centers and what they do. You can do all kinds of things at these regional centers. You can pay your taxes. You can get social services help. You can get your birth certificate, your marriage certificate, and death certificates at these regional centers. And at 2 of the regional centers, you can get your you can go and apply for your marriage license and also take your notary oath. This goes back to why I point out that Wake County is 847 miles large, because the Register of Deeds office is in downtown Raleigh, in the courthouse. You have to find a parking space. That's fun, right? Finding a parking space downtown. You have to find us. You have to go through a metal detector. It's too much for everybody to drive all the way into downtown. So we are trying desperately to expand these services as far and wide as we can in the county so it's more accessible to everyone in the county, especially Wendell, since Wendell is growing like fire. So these are notary oaths and marriage licenses. I kind of fibbed a second, but I knew this slide was up here. They're currently offered at the Southern Regional Center in Fuquay. In mid-April, they will be offered at the Northern Regional Center in Wake Forest. And these don't take appointments. You just go in and they will help you with these items. And then all regional centers offer your birth, death, and marriage certificates. I just wanted to kind of point out a few things on our website because literally no one can find anything on our website except my email address. I can't find my email address on my website, but everyone else can. So, and I'm happy to answer all of the emails I can, but I literally just go and cut and paste from our website to give them the information. Because if you can find it on here, the information is easy to understand. We'll talk about the consumer alert that's up there, that we provide a fraud alert service that if someone is trying to take your property in some way, we will alert you about it if you sign up for it. Then if you're trying to get a birth certificate or marriage certificate online, all of these buttons will take you to all of the information that you need. We do a monthly real estate report that usually goes out about the 5th of every month that talks about the median price, the big sales of the previous month. You can sign up for that, as you can see on the bottom right. And then if you want to volunteer for the Racially Restrictive Covenants Project, you can click that button to learn more about it and volunteer. This is as you go further down the website. If you want to find your deed, you would go to the search real estate records. If you want to apply for a marriage license, you click that. The birth and marriage slot will take you to this. This is how you order online, and this is the cost of them. You also can come into the offices or any of those regional centers to get a copy of your birth, marriage, or death certificate. If you were born in North Carolina but not in Wake County, you can come into our downtown office and we can help you get your birth certificate from another county. We can help you with your death certificate from another county, but only from 2019 on. North Carolina Vital Records is trying to digitize all of their records, and they're not there yet. This is how you search for your deed or anything, an assumed business name, a satisfaction. You would put your name in the grantee field, and anything that you have bought, sold, a lien has been placed on you, an easement is on your property, you will find it if you put your name in deed. And this is how you would also find if you paid it off, you need to attach your book and page number, it will be on the deed. This video will walk you through the process of getting a marriage license, like from every step of the way. I urge you to send people to our website to see that instead of emailing me, because this is what I will send to them. To sign up for a fraud alert, so if you register your name, anytime someone else tries to do something with that property, tries to record something that has to do with that property, you will be alerted to that. Passport is one of the only things that you have to be in person to do. Passports and notary oaths are the only two things you must come into our office to do. We talked about this last year. We are getting ready to change our software system, so your searches are going to be a little different. That's not going to happen until 2025, January of 2025. This is just a brief breakdown of all the things that we do in our office, and I show this because, again, I don't think people understand that the Register of Deeds office is the most important office you've never heard of. This is the kind of volume that we do every year, and I only show this to show you how the money that is processed through our office and the volume of work that is processed in our office. Other counties, when I talk to them, they nearly faint when they see these numbers or see that we have a staff of 42 people. Some counties have 2 people in their office. This is the contact information for myself. If you're recording something, if you need vital records help or just general information, I know I just made fun about how I'll send them to the website, but please reach out to me. I'm happy to answer any question, talk to any group. That's my email address and my phone number. You're welcome.
Just want to see if we had any quick questions for Tammy. Will you be here through the break as well? She's got another meeting. Any burning questions for Tammy based on her presentation? Any questions you have about the Register of Deeds office or any processes that they take care of? Oh, got one. Okay. So you did a good job there. Covered it all.
Thank you, that was really good. Sometimes a deed will be in the name of something like heirs of Vivian Johnson Sharon, for instance, and that's just the people that are still alive taking care of the farm, right? So when a member of that group passes, what happens?
Nothing happens, nothing will actually happen until y'all change the deed. Nothing will happen in our office. You would need to get another deed created by a real estate attorney and refiled in our office. What did you say?
I said talk to those guys over there before we do that. The one who talked before you.
The tax office, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
No, she was saying if somebody did pass away, you would need a real estate attorney. Is that correct? Yeah. You would need to talk to a private real estate attorney to help, redo the deed, and then have that deed recorded at the Register of Deeds office. Yes.
Heirs property is really difficult. Like, I'm going to a 2-day class about heirs property. That's how much I have to learn about that myself and how detailed it actually is. Yes.
Yes. See one more question here.
Is there a limitation or a problem with leaving it as heirs of for any length of time?
There isn't a problem unless the heirs have a problem. Because that's where you really have to protect yourself. Because, heirs property, the small amount that I know, say Don and I owned property, I could go do whatever I wanted to do with that property. I don't need Don to sign off on it. Right? So It is best for you to do it as soon as possible and have an agreement amongst these heirs, but again, it's not required.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a farm in eastern part of Wake County, and I have a farm down in Dupin County. And I believe the man said a while ago that they would both qualify for deferred taxes if it's within 50 miles on either farm and 50 miles of straight line. So I'm assuming the driving miles are about 60. The air miles would be about 35. Okay. So I can take both of those farms off deferred taxes. Is that right?
Yeah.
He said 50 miles is what the statute says.
Beg pardon?
50 miles is what the statute says.
As straight as the crow flies. It's less than that, straight
50 miles as a crow flies.
Yes. But if you ever drive zigzag back and forth, it's 60 miles.
Yes.
So, okay.
Yes,
so
sir.
I'm good to go, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think we see any more, right? I'm sorry. I see one more, Lauren, right here in front, right here. Straight in front of you.
But is it quicker to go through your office or the post office?
Well, I mean, of course it's quicker to go through my office. We have a better staff. We do everything better than the post office. No, I'm kidding, but I'm actually not kidding. We are fully staffed in our passport office. What I see a lot in the post office, they're not fully staffed. There's an incredible wait. No shade on postal workers. They're just not giving them enough help.
Exactly. But your office is not backlogged or anything. You're current on.
We are current, and I just got my passport. I got it in 2 weeks. That is incredible. So if you need a passport, I'd go right now until before the government shuts down and everything is stopped, right?
Okay.
Thank you. I don't see any more. We're good? I'm going to let Tammy go then, because she's got another meeting. So, but hey, thank you, Tammy. Thank you. Yeah. We've got her contact information. I think in your packets you have her email, her phone number, her staff. And so everybody that's presenting today, you will have their contact information. If not, see me or any of our staff with Soil and Water, and we'll get your question answered. I promise. Okay, we'll find the answer to it. So to stay on schedule, I saw Michaela giving me the move on type. And so I want to welcome the first step of farmland succession is to find your goals and have a plan. We have Andrew Brandon, Associate Extension Professor with the Agriculture and Resource Economics Department with NC State University. Go Pack! So what do you think about that? ACC champions, baby. Woo! Sorry. So yeah, exactly. So sorry. There's only a few times we get to do that, and I'm going to take advantage of it today. So Andrew, we're so glad to have you back here in Wake County and talk with our landowners. He's here to educate us. We're going to have a lot of resource professionals today talk about farm succession planning in many different angles. And so we can't preach this enough to get the information for succession planning, and especially here in Wake County. So especially the information and the do's and don'ts. So please help me welcome Andrew.
I sent a text, so I live in Chapel Hill, don't throw anything at me. My wife went to UNC Chapel Hill, and a lot of my friends did, and I sent them a text the other day, said, come on, guys, your children, your friends, and your friends' children went to NC State. Just be a Pack fan for a day. We're not some weird realm over in Durham. It's okay. I'm coming to y'all starting out with a bit of an apology, because when I came into the room to discuss this topic, or I was looking at the agenda and realized y'all just had some fairly technical presentations, and in doing this presentation, it's going to be somewhat light. And I think probably the most valuable thing I can do today is to direct y'all towards the work that I've done for Cooperative Extension for NC State up on the website, which I'll put up there. And so I think I've been somewhat involved with Keep the Farm for, I say, almost 20 years. It's 19 now, but yeah, it seems like a very long time. Lots changed and a lot hasn't. I mean, what hasn't changed at all is really the law surrounding the disposition of property. how property transfers, either by sale, by gift, by death. I begged Teresa if I could pull up my website and pull a new presentation off which had some more technical tax and such implication, but we're just going to go with this. A little bit of my background, where I am now, or what's going on, to establish a little bit of credibility. Yeah, I for some years, in talking to y'all, I was in private practice. Looking back on that now, I see that as really just some good hands-on training to do what I do now, which I think reaches a much broader audience. But half the time I'm doing extension work and writing and researching and trying to make sense of property laws and this issue of what do we do with this land. And then the other half, I'm trying to explain it to undergrads. Get to really, to be frank, develop an early appreciation for law and how it operates, and not just keep it as this abstract thing that's in the background. But it's been a wonderful experience that I've now gotten to expand so much exploration of law beyond being in private practice, but it's certainly not the same level of learning in a way. But this is the website. Extension IT was kind enough to put a portal together for me when I started. I've been in NC State now about 6 years, and I'm directing you to this because this is where all the technical stuff is. A couple of handbooks that are available on the site. You can't see it from where you are, but there's a farm succession and transfer tab. This So You Inherited a Farm. For years and years, had put together materials to help families have family meetings, do communication issues, understand wills and trusts and LLCs and things like that. That was the Planning the Future of Your Farm. We're updating that in my department right now. But Tobacco Trust Fund was kind enough to provide some funding to develop this other handbook that's really more now targeted at, I euphemistically say the kids, but the kids are in their 50s and 60s. You know, they're inheriting the land a lot of times in co-tenancy and trying to figure out how they're going to make decisions and dispose of it. And in Wake County, that's a particular challenge because of the value of the land. But if you go in to that website there, you can go down the bottom, you can sign up for emails. I try to put something up each week about a case or some development in agricultural environmental law. And you can search presentations, papers, things relatively easily. This is some of the property disposition or the farmland succession, as we have on the agenda, topics. You can just see that I've really tried to mine my years in private practice by bringing some of that, it's again, a very limited experience, just one lawyer working in a limited time, but to try to deal with a lot of these issues of intestacy, co-tenancy in land. And there I went. There we go. And trying to make sense, or at least trying to address the issues that folks from all over North Carolina call me about, I'm farming this land and the owner sold this land. What are my rights, as a tenant and things like that? Because it's somewhat of a challenging issue, and it's an issue certainly we address here in Wake County. But anyways, just examples of different papers and other stuff that's on there. You can see it sort of runs the gamut of land use issues. I've always been fascinated by property law, though my family never owned more than 4 acres in Fredericksburg, Texas, overlooking the town. And in some ways, to me, it's an advantage to look at it in the abstract because the law is somewhat dispassionate about how property interests transfer. But again, just other topics. So on the agenda, it says farmland succession. And when I started looking at coming here and talking to y'all, at first I was like, farm succession, well, that's a huge topic. Is it farm business succession? But then when I thought about farmland succession, really it comes down to really one of two things. Making the decision on how you're going to dispose of it. and deciding whether to do that with written documents, which is required if you want to direct where that land title goes, or with written documents. Another title of this presentation was Documents for Land Management, and I'll point some out, but my time is far too short to go into them. But I go back to this, one thing I do in my classes is I try to teach history as law, not just this thing that, hey, here's the law, this is what it says, but here's where it came from. And our property laws developed, as y'all likely know, over the course of 1,000 years. First in England, and then we adopted them here and adapted them. But in working with farmers and landowners over the years on farm succession, we've always wrestled with this definition. And I just did the etymology of it, and I was like, well, all it's really saying is what comes next, inheritance. And really that's what we're talking about when we talk about farmland succession. What are you going to do with, or what decisions are you going to make in terms of where it goes? I'm going to give did I lose it? Yeah, so, yeah, I did. Sorry. That's a last minute thing. I will offer a couple of observations. And maybe can expand some technical information from here. But you just were hearing the question about heirs of deeds, heirs property. Tough issue. We're doing a program in cooperative extension right now with North Carolina A&T. We just did a program over in Halifax a couple of weeks ago. We're doing one in Caswell County in a couple of weeks, down further south and over towards Union County at some point, to try to work, help folks understand the implications of owning land in co-tenancy. And so when I'm talking to folks about the plans that you make for disposing of the land, say just try not to give your heirs undivided interest in property. And this is a challenging issue because a lot of it depends on how much wealth you have and the nature of that wealth. Do you have multiple parcels of land? Do you have other sources of wealth that are liquid, like life insurance or savings or things like that, so that you can make more deliberate decisions? But when I say try not to give your heirs undivided interest in land, all I'm asking is if it's important to you that the folks that come behind you, that succeed to this land behind you, not have to treat among themselves and have family dispute and whatnot about what goes on with the land, divide it up. Or look at your estate, look at what you have, and try to figure out how to balance that out. One other observation I'll go ahead and reveal is that in my experience, we always talk about fair versus equal, that it might be more fair to give the land to the person who's going to farm it, or and then give maybe not as much to someone else who didn't make that decision. In my experience, parents are very driven by dividing their estates equally among their children. And if you have one big parcel of land, it gets to be very challenging if your goal is to, again, keep the farm, keep it intact, preserve it for some other disposition down the road, or provide a framework of decision-making for those that come behind you, then you're going to go into a more advanced apparatus, something like a limited liability company, or some other form of agreement between those that are going to inherit the land, like option agreements or a tenancy in common agreement that will provide some sort of framework that they follow in order to make decisions about disposing of the land. The second bullet point, I should qualify that. The state tax exemptions are still very high, but we're in Wake County. And so one of the big challenges that you, if you own any appreciable amount of land, are going to face is right now, under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, which is set to sunset, 5 years ago, it was like way off in the future. Now it's next year. That the estate tax exemption for each individual person, I think, goes back to $5,000. Right now, it's at like 13 point something million per person. So as a married couple, you have about $27 million. Your heirs have a $27 million tax exemption before any tax has to be paid, but you're in Wake County. And it just depends on where your land is that you're gonna very shortly have to start doing a bit more thoughtful planning on if the goal is to avoid any of that estate tax being paid. And one of the other big challenges, as I see it, is holding on to that land until you pass, because under the Internal Revenue Code, we still have stepped up basis, meaning that when you pass, or owning the land, you and the survivor, your spouse, or just you individually, the basis in your land is going to rise up to the fair market value at the date of death. That's beneficial to your heirs, or those who come behind you, when they're selling it, because the amount of, assuming they're not going to pay an estate tax, the amount of capital gains tax they would make on that sale will be considerably less. If you dispose of the land now while you're alive, the way land is appreciated in Wake County, there could be a very, somewhat significant capital gains tax without really advanced and fancy tax planning. Following on with the Register of Deeds presentation, all land dispositions must be in writing. While in practice, I did have folks approach and say, I was promised this by my uncle, or I was promised this by a parent, unless we have this very old statute called the Statute of Frauds, that land dispositions or contracts for the disposition of land must be in writing. And so these verbal promises concerning who's going to get what they don't operate under our law. Following on with the present use value presentation, one way of disposing of farmland, of course, is to subdivide it and then gift it out, or provide a housing lot for somebody. Just in Wake County, I would say always exercise caution about the lot size, because you could find the lot doesn't qualify anymore, and our use value, which is somewhat static based on rental values, which don't really go up and down, at least according to our statistics, a whole lot. The difference between what your land is appreciated to for the highest and best use taxation and the PUV appraisal could be considerable. And so there could be a hefty tax bill that comes in from that rollback that y'all just learned about. And I would say generally, legacy planning, the way I've come to look at it over time is it's really somewhat of an exercise in architecture. You're building a structure by which these land interests are going to be disposed of, but you're doing that now. And it's not a static thing, because your life is going to continue to change as the years go on. And your children's lives are going to continue to change as the years go on. And I say that I've retired from private practice, but I still get emails all the time from folks that I've worked with in the past that are making little adjustments to their trusts, maybe to the property they have in their LLCs and things like that. And that's great. That's how it's supposed to work. Develop these instruments like trusts, like LLCs, they're somewhat flexible, and you can make changes as you go along. A couple of other bigger thoughts, if I may. In terms of preserving a legacy, if that's represented by farmland that's been in your family, I have always cautioned folks to just be careful about leaving obligations behind. These can be very powerful things in families. Don't sell this land. This land has been in our family for a long time. I've found that those types of those wishes, verbally expressed, not written down in the disposition documents, can cause tension in the family, because different people inheriting those interests have different needs among themselves. Another thing I would say is the documents that you do create, go through them with your attorney and know how they operate. This is one of the big advantages of doing more complex planning for disposing of land, is that you can use something like a trust and have it laid out in terms of how the farmland's who that's going to go to. There's a forest lot over here, there's a beach house, there's a residential lot. And then the other more liquid wealth that you might have, and know when things change, where to go into the document and change it. And that's one of the beautiful things about using trust to dispose of your estate interests, and particularly interest in land. And the last grand observation I would make is a wise educator from Virginia Tech said this years ago, and it's played out many times. You just can't paper over people. If we're talking about keeping the farm and doing something advanced like placing those land interests in a limited liability company where there's going to be multiple family members that are members of that limited liability company, have an ownership interest, yes, we want to have buy-in always from the people that are going to be involved in that as we make a decision to use that type of instrument to hold those assets into the future. But it doesn't always mean that folks are going to play by the rules in the document. And so, but the agreement itself, when you do something like have an agreement between folks, option agreements, the written lease with somebody that's farming the land, with operating agreement for a limited liability company, it does give you a foot in the legal door, the courthouse door, so to speak, if you need to enforce that agreement to protect property interests. And so I say that because I do like to talk to clients that I've had over the years and ask them how this is working out. One of the challenges with doing estate planning work is you don't really know for sure how it's worked out until somebody's passed. And I haven't gotten negative reviews so far, but I put together an entity for 7 siblings that own land in Virginia that really wanted to hold on to it. And talked to my primary contact client the other day, some months back, and asked him, he said, it's okay, but not everyone always wants to come to the meeting or participate in the decisions that we had outlined for everybody to participate in. So just always keep that in mind, but to me, it's the better alternative to have, if your goal is to protect land in a family, to have that structure than not have that structure. I think I've already gone through all that. Yeah, so about a minute. Yeah, so you have the benefit, I know, on the agenda, having somebody practicing that is going to be able to go into this in a lot more detail later. All I'm pointing out is just a couple of items with what your primary tools are going to be. Of course, as I mentioned at the top, you have a choice of having a will and designing your disposition of property, or if you don't have that, then sometimes folks say, well, the government has a plan. I say, no. We, the people, have 2 plans. We can do a specific plan and execute that will properly and have it admitted into probate later, or we have a plan that we've authorized the General Assembly to adopt, which is very old and it's likely not going to change, but called the Intestate Succession Act. And that, again, is a choice that you make, allowing the interests, all of your property interests, to pass by intestacy and then have to be sorted out in what could be a very complicated process later on. My use of wills, again, because I worked mostly in the farm and farm succession space, going concern farms, farmland, I would generally use those as what we call pour-over wills, to where all assets go into a trust that you create in the trust in much more detail. At least I felt more comfortable being much more detailed in a trust and then allowing the assets to be distributed according to the language in that trust. And I'll just jump into the trust, the big advantage of that, which I think you'll learn as the day goes on, is that it somewhat calls a timeout when your assets pass from your ownership at death, because the law, again, is somewhat, it's dispassionate. It's instant, particularly in land, how land interests pass when you die. And when land goes into a trust, it does call a bit of a timeout because we might have heirs, which with a trust we'll call them beneficiaries, that maybe shouldn't have that property right now, shouldn't have that wealth right now. They might be disabled, they might be minors, they might be having some other financial issue. And so trusts are wonderful instruments in order to, again, call somewhat of put the assets in the legal custody of a trustee who then follows your instructions, but has some flexibility about the timing. And of course, the limited liability company always, again, I'm throwing this out there for those folks who have land legacy desires and their family would like to keep this land at least intact until some point in the future, provide two things really: a management structure for that land that those that come behind you will have at least a document to guide them on how to work together, but also more importantly, we'll have what I call an internal marketplace in terms of how they deal with each other, in terms of disposing of their interests in that land, really in that company that is designed to keep things, to fulfill your goals of keeping that legacy in the family, but I think goes somewhat far in taking us just out of the issues that we have. Thank you. That we have in terms of the legal processes of partition and things like that. So, and I was given the 1 minute. I'm going to go ahead and I think that's yeah, that's. I think I've really covered almost all of that. And I didn't put a. Oh yeah, here we go. Sorry, I didn't realize I'd put this in. There's your figures. That's my technical information for the day. Again, we're at around 27 million for married couples right now. Remember, that goes away in 2025, at the end of 2025, unless Congress and the President cooperate and act to change that. People ask all the time, is that going to stay the way it is? I'll go ahead and make this statement. I'm more honest with folks now about my experience and knowledge in advanced tax planning. It's not really there. I really grew up, so to speak, in private practice during a time, starting around 2010, when our estate tax exemptions at the federal level were high, relatively high. That trend has continued throughout the last almost 15 years or so at keeping those estate tax exemptions high. There have been various presses in Congress here and there to try to really bring this down and expose more transferring wealth to the federal estate tax. Our North Carolina estate tax has been abolished, but we just don't know what's going to happen. And when it comes to fancy tax planning, trying to structure your estate so you're avoiding an estate tax, and again, in Wake County, if you own an appreciable amount of land, yes, you are in that danger zone. I just had the privilege of working some in Wake County, but really working in areas where farmland values were not what the highest and best use residential development value. So, and I was working in a time where I didn't really have to worry about there being an estate tax issue, so I could focus more on the disposition side of the assets. But my practice, I left that sort of thing to the folks on the 40th floor of the Truist building, one of those bigger firms. But again, that's the technical information for the day. Capital gains for most folks is still at 15% on realized gain of assets. So, and last thing, and I'll leave you. Please look up some of the information, or if you have an issue right now, if you are farming land or have somebody on your land on a handshake deal, which is still relatively prevalent in North Carolina, understand the implications, and I say this more for farm tenants, farmers that are farming land, what the implications are when you are on a handshake deal, and I would say particularly in a county like Wake, where the available land is changing hands, either at death or by sale. My opinion, and again, it's just one person's opinion, from what I've researched in the law, is that generally you have to, in order to keep an agricultural tenancy from renewing for what we traditionally call another year, we'll call another year, you have to provide notice. I'm not being anti-farmer, but I did actually put a termination letter template on the web portal because I'm more in favor of clarity than dispute. But if the person who's given you permission to farm the land, or if you have given permission to somebody to farm the land, their tenancy, in my review of the law, ends at the end of the year if the land has been disposed of during that year, meaning the owner who gave permission died or sold the property. In my view, you do not have to terminate that tenancy in order for it to not roll over into the next year. It just ends. And so, again, just my reading of the law, and folks are very welcome to disagree with me on that. But knowing that that tenancy is an issue, I have again, this is me sort of mining my private practice time. I've tried as best I can to put up lease templates on the farm law portal in such a manner that you can't download them and just fill them in. I put watermarks in their PDFs and things like that. But there's just various leases and lease language, because I think one goal of my program is to try to put more agricultural use of land when you don't own it under a written agreement, rather than defaulting to this handshake, which does lead to dispute down the road. And I think the shepherd's hook is coming out for me, so that's it.
Let me see if there's any questions, Andrew. Any questions for Andrew? We're getting ready to take a break here. And he'll be here through the break. Of course, you can talk with him individually. But any questions right quick before we? I think if we got staff to help me, we're going to do some raffle right now. Is that correct? And so you should have a ticket in your name tag. So if you could pull that out. Yeah. And they may catch you at the break, Andrew. If you got that ticket, Emily, you mind getting me this here? I'm going to have him. Yeah. Everybody got them out? Everybody ready? We got 3, I think we're going to do now before we take our 10-minute break. So, all right. Let's see who the winner is. All right, first one, the last 3 numbers on your ticket, 452. 452. Somebody. I see you. We're going to bring it back to you. All right. Let's do the next one here. All right. The last 3 numbers, 344. 344. Nobody? Okay. What about 425? 425. No. Okay. All right. Let's see. 324. 324. Good. Okay. All right. Pull those out. And we got one more. Then we'll let y'all break. 2 more. Okay. 2 more. Sorry. We had some more donated. So 424. 424. Let's keep grabbing out. Nobody? 399. 399. Okay. 439. All right. Nobody wants to be a winner today. Let's see. Let's get down in here. 420. Wow. Didn't expect this. All right. 405. All right. Oh, I see you. Okay. 354. Okay. Got in the back. Okay, so we're going to take about a 10-minute break. We'll have some more door prizes right before lunch, so don't give up yet. We got a nice cookware set over here. Please visit the vendors and get snacks in the back, and we'll be back in 10 minutes to talk about conserving the farm. Okay, I'm being told we got to start back. I'm sorry. We'll have more time at lunch to talk and get to meet everybody. So I'll give you just a minute or so to get back to your seat. You don't want to miss the next presenters at all. We've got some good ones next. So. Yeah. Okay, we're going to get started, everybody. Need some help back there. I don't know if can y'all hear me in the back? Okay. All right. We've also got a two-part here. We're going to start with conserving the family farm next. Something that our office is definitely passionate about, as you know, with our new farmland preservation program. If you didn't know, and I know Leanne's going to go into this in very good detail. I've seen her slides, and they're excellent. But if you didn't know, and a lot of people don't know, that Wake County is set to lose anywhere between 31,000, that's the best built, the best planting methods, 31,000 acres, up to 56,000 acres of farm and forest land by 2040. So as Tax said earlier, we got about 88,000 in present use value. And from the 2022 ag statistics, we're showing about 62,000 acres in actual production in Wake County. So that 56,000 number scares us because that could be all the land left in Wake County. Could be completely gone, agriculture and forest land by 2040. Leanne Hammerbacher is the Director of Land Protection and Stewardship East for Triangle Land Conservancy. She's here to talk about options for conserving the family farm. She will give you some background information on the farmland preservation efforts here in Wake County and also in the Triangle region. TLC will be a part of the Farmland Preservation Panel discussion this afternoon. We have several people on that panel, including landowners and farmers as well, at one of our breakout sessions this afternoon. So please help me welcome Leanne this morning.
All right, well, good morning. It's great to be here. I think this is my 17th Keeping the Farm workshop, so lots of familiar faces, and I really want to thank all of you for attending. I honestly think this workshop and coming every year, even if this is your first one, is one of the best ways you can help preserve your farm and keep your farm. And a big thank you to the Soil and Water District for hosting this every year. So as Teresa said, I'm Leanne Hammerbacher. I'm with Triangle Land Conservancy. We are a 501c3 nonprofit land trust that works to protect land, including farms, across the Triangle region. You can see the 6 counties we serve here, including Wake County. All of the green dots are projects that we have helped support and permanently conserve. All of the orange little girls running are our open public nature preserves. We have 8 of them across the Triangle region, including our Williamson Preserve, which is about 15 minutes east of here and is both a farm and nature preserve. So our mission shows here we protect land for 4 key public benefits, including water quality, wildlife habitat, places for people to connect with nature, and then most importantly, local farms and food. We just hit 40 years. We started in 1983, and during that time, we have helped protect almost 25,000 acres across the Triangle region. So what do we do specifically for farmland protection? Well, 1, we partner to develop plans and strategies for farmland conservation. We also advocate for funding. We need funding to help protect our farms, and we're really grateful to Wake County to really stepping up to the plate and being a leader in this area. We also work to build partnerships, and we hold easements and monitor them. We hold over 175 different easements in the Triangle region and have full-time staff that's dedicated to making sure the terms of those easements are being met. In addition, we own and manage farmland and farms. We're also buying farmland for conservation, and we're working with partners like the Soil and Water District to establish farmland preservation programs. So why? Why this is important? Well, it's no mystery to all of y'all, farmland is disappearing, especially in Wake County. This is a map from the American Farmland Trust, who ranked Wake County 32nd in the nation for a potential farmland loss in the next 15 years. The picture on the right is a real-life example. This is an easement we hold in the Green Level area, now known as West Cary. I used to think this property was in the middle of nowhere. Now it's less than a mile from 540, and this is going to be a lot of farms and properties across our region in the near future. So again, Teresa mentioned this. This report predicts that we could lose up to 56,000 acres of farmland in the next 15 years. And our region as a whole is likely to lose over 300,000 acres of farmland. Again, Wake County is 32nd in the country, and Johnson County, our neighbor to the south, is 19th. We saw the tax data this morning. It looks like we lost about 3,000 acres last year, now at 88,000 acres left of farmland. But again, we're looking at between 15 and 20% loss every year in our county. So what is TLC doing, and how can we help protect farms? Well, these are the main tools we are currently using, and that is conservation easements, owning farmland, working with partners, assisting other organizations in farmland protection, and our Buy, Protect, Sell program. I'm going to touch briefly on each of these, but we are going to have a longer session this afternoon with landowners who have worked with us on these projects. So if you're interested in any of these options, I highly recommend you join us for that as well. So the first one, conservation easement. So what is a conservation easement? It's a voluntary but binding legal agreement that prevents development of your land. Most of our working lands easements, which are the tools we use on farmland, limit future subdivision and major residential development. So if you had a 100-acre farm, you put a conservation easement on it, it limits that right and ability for you to subdivide that into 100 lots that could support 100 houses. But you get to continue to own and manage the land. You can continue farming and forestry on it. Passive recreation, such as hunting, fishing, etc., usually are allowed uses. And it can often allow for a certain number of structures that support farm operations in the long run. Not all conservation easements are the same, but in general, the one thing they have in common is that limited subdivision and development permanently in the future. So why would anyone do this? I think it's a good question. I think you really have to have the intent. We've seen the land values in Wake County. You want to know that your land is permanently conserved. This is a landowner we worked with, Murray Cohen, who said, after all these years of putting all this work into my farm, I didn't want a development to go up on my land as soon as I was under the ground 6 feet. I wanted to keep this beautiful place just like it is. Another landowner on a recent project in Wake County, we wanted to do what's best for this farm. We wanted to see that the wildlife is protected, plant life is protected, and the soil is protected. So it's, can be a critical decision. It's not something that is a short process or a process that people jump quickly into. I just share this slide from our friends at ADFP who have a table over here. On the state, on average, they predict that, especially if you're doing a purchase conservation easement, it will take about 4 years from the initial contact to finally being able to wrap up that easement. So I just bring this up because if you're at all interested, there's no better time than now to start that that conversation. So why? Why would you do this? Well, again, I think the number one reason is that you want to permanently conserve your farm, but there can also be financial benefits in funding to support these projects. So some of the funding mechanisms that are out there is that there can be potential tax benefits. Andrew touched a little bit about on this, both state and possible federal tax deductions for easements. There's also state and federal funds. Again, I mentioned ADFP, which is a state resource, and there are federal funding through NRCS as well. And then we're really lucky in Wake County in that we have local sources of funding to support farmland protection now. Wake County has open space bonds that have helped support farmland protection. There is a watershed protection program in Wake County. If you live in the watersheds of Swift Creek or Falls Lake, there can be resources out there to help you protect your farm. There's also dedicated project funds, and then last but certainly not least is the new resource we've mentioned several times today, and that is the dedication of rollback taxes in Wake County to farmland preservation. This has been close to $4 million for the last 2 years, and it is monumental and one of the greatest local programs in the country. So it's really incredible. Despite the high land prices in Wake County, we are able to do farmland protection with the dedication of these funds. So 2 quick success stories that both used that rollback tax, that dedication from the Wake County Commissioners for Farmland Protection. The first, the Bailey Farm, is 125 acres, almost in downtown Wendell, that now is permanently protected through the Farmland Preservation Program. The second is the Okie Grove Farm, which is 108 acres in the Marks Creek area. And again, this used several different funding resources, but together these are the first 2 projects funded through that program. And I know some of these landowners are here, so I'd just like to give them a round of applause, as well as the commissioners, for permanently protecting their land. So we really hope to continue to have headlines like this again. Unprecedented funds to farmland protection. So thank you again, Wake County, for your efforts in this area. So in addition to conservation easements, TLC also owns and operates farms. This is our Williamson Farm, which is home to the Next Gen program. Heather Zorro, who is in the back someplace if you want to raise your hand, she is our farm coordinator. This is one of our preserves. It's our only preserve that is both a farm and nature preserve. It's located about 15 minutes east of here in the Shotwell community. It's open to the public. There's about 16 miles of trail on here, but we also have 5 working farms on site. And the purpose of this farm is really to be an agricultural demonstration and educational site for the county. Another way we're really working to protect farmland is through our Buy, Protect, Sell program. Not everyone has heirs, or maybe their children have left the area, but they still want to conserve their farm. There is another option besides selling to development, and that is TLC has a program where we work with landowners to buy properties, put an easement on them, and then make them available at a more affordable rate through our Buy, Protect, Sell program. This is known as our Good Ground Initiative. Kiara Hyman is in the room someplace and runs this program for TLC. If you're interested in more details, or if you have a property that you'd like to see conserved but don't want to continue to own and manage it, this could be a good program for you. If you're seeking land, this could also be a potential option for you. So those are kind of the 3 main ways we're working. The other key way we're working is we're working closely with the Soil and Water District. Lauren Hendrickson, I think, is somewhere in the room, and he'll be in our session this afternoon. But together, we're trying to do everything we can to permanently conserve farmland in Wake County and really keep our farms for future generations. So what's next for us? We're really working, again, to protect additional farmland. We're partnering with the Soil and Water District as I said, to grow their program. We're continuing to advocate for funding, and we're looking to increase opportunities for that Buy, Protect, Sell program. We additionally just received a resource conservation partnership grant that is going to bring about $6 million to the Triangle for, for these options of long-term preservation, specifically for that Buy, Protect, Sell program, as well as other working lands easements in Wake County. So again, we're increasing our efforts as well as increasing education and outreach across our areas on opportunities for you to conserve your farm. So that was a quick wrap up in our work, and I'm now going to hand it over to David Adams, and I think we'll have some opportunities for questions after David's talk as well. Oh, and I just wanted to end with this. Sorry, I forgot I had one more. That's my contact information. And again, just another why. This is my son with a fainting goat. But I really think Eddie Culberson, who was another easement grantor, said it well when he said, sometimes being good stewards of the land means going beyond the daily blood, sweat, and tears of working the farm. It means taking a stand for what you believe in.
Thank you, Leanne. This is actually my 19th year here at the Keeping the Farm workshop, and the only bad thing that I can say about it is that when I was a younger man and working in the banking industry, my father would force me to take one of my 10 vacation days from work to attend the workshop. And coming at such an early time in the year, I hated to burn one, but it certainly proved to be one of the most beneficial things that I ever could have done, and it's why I keep coming back year after year. Keeping the farm. When you hear this term, what thoughts come to your mind? What memories, emotions, passions, or even worries does this evoke within you? For many of us here today, it stirs a bit of a yearning and a restlessness in our soul. For you see, each of us has a unique story, a unique history, tied to a unique plot of land that is a part of our very being. This is but a mere glimpse of my story. Even the acclaimed author and naturalist Henry David Thoreau knew of the infinite weight and challenges that a steward of a farm faced when he wrote his famous essay, Walden, in 1846, and I quote, "I see young men, my townsmen, whose misfortune it is to have inherited farms, houses, barns, cattle, and farming tools, for these things are more easily acquired than got rid of. Who made them serfs of the soil? Why should they eat their 60 acres when man is condemned to eat only his peck of dirt? Why should they begin digging their graves as soon as they are born? How many a poor immortal soul have I met, well nigh crushed and smothered under its load, creeping down the roads of life, pushing before it a barn 75 feet by 40 and 100 acres of land, tillage, mowing, pasture, and woodlot." And then, just a few paragraphs later, Thoreau provides one of his most famous quotes in all of his writings when he says, "The mass of men live lives of quiet desperation." It had been 6 months since my mother had passed away, and I was in the midst of trying to settle her estate to prevent paying an inheritance tax, which would have forced the sale of our bicentennial farm. As a result of my parents' decisions regarding the farm itself, the relationship I had with my sibling was now splintered, possibly forever. I was in the midst of a legal battle with the local municipality who illegally trespassed and cut trees on our farm in preparation for a future public greenway during my mother's final days. Developers and real estate brokers were calling daily, knowing that my mother had passed, in hopes that it would be the new generation who wanted to finally sell the farm. Our farm pond ran red with mud and silt as a result of the runoff from 2 adjacent apartment complexes that were recently built next door. And evidence from a fire set on our pond dam remained where the adjacent neighborhood kids had tried to build a fort and had intentionally set a fire in our woods. Truthfully, it was almost too much for me to bear. So I did what I always do when the pressures of life seem to be heavier than life itself. I took a long walk in the woods with my dog in an attempt to rejuvenate my soul. I sat down on a fallen tree and took out the notepad in my shirt pocket that bears the never-ending to-do list of farm chores, and I wrote this poem. It's called The Farmer's Haunting. I sold the family farm today, a shopping center on the way, they say. But where will the deer and the turkey play? I sold the farm today. I sold the family farm today. They'll pave the golden fields of hay. But what will all the people say? I sold the farm today. I sold the family farm today. The wheels of progress, I could not keep at bay. But where will the oaks and the hickories sway? I sold the farm today. I sold the family farm today, the pastures where all of the animals grazed. Our food will now come from far away, but that's okay. I sold the farm today. I sold the family farm today, stars no more in the Milky Way. Light from the celestial now kept at bay. I sold the farm today. I sold the family farm today. The kids are now grown and have moved away to pursue their dreams in a different way. I sold the farm today. I sold the family farm today. My bones are tired and my hair is gray. The disc in the plow left a rust away. I sold the farm today. I sold the family farm today, the place where my ancestors rest in clay. Who now will come with flowers to lay? I sold the farm today. I sold the family farm today. Too many bills and taxes to pay, yet my soul cries out in constant dismay. I sold the farm today. Now, I don't claim to be a poet in any sense of the word, and frankly, I've never shared this poem publicly. I honestly only wrote it for my own therapy. And just to clarify, I have not and do not have any current intentions to sell any of the farm. So while you may or may not be able to relate to some or all of my words, I think we would all agree that as stewards of the land in a rapidly developing area of the state and the entire country, we face an infinite number of pressures on a daily basis, the least of which is any sort of temptation for personal monetary gain. And while this haunting plays out in my head and my heart every single day and night, as it may likely do for some of you, I ultimately want to bring a message of hope today to inspire you that collectively we have the strength, the endurance, the resources, the determination, and most importantly, the community in this very room to persevere holding on and holding out another day, should that be your choice. For you see, it is the choice that is the most important element in all of this to me. For regardless of how Henry David Thoreau looked at being tied to the ownership of a farm, or what our individual objectives for our land might be, we must admit we are indeed a blessed group of people. But even though we are extremely blessed, we do not take for granted from where these blessings originate. First and foremost, from our Creator, and secondly, from the generations who toiled the land and sacrificed so much before us. In addition, we do not selfishly try to keep these blessings strictly for ourselves. We raise food for our neighbors. We open our farms for recreation and education. We conduct various ministries on our properties for a higher purpose. We preserve habitat, and we preserve history. And heck, we might just provide the only scenic landscape our neighbors pass on their daily commute each day as they navigate the treacheries of the concrete jungle some call progress. Now, when Teresa Furr asked me if I would speak before you today for just a few minutes, I could not help but reflect when our beloved Dale Threet Taylor asked me to speak at this very event exactly 10 years ago, just months after my father had passed away. And while so much has changed for all of us over the course of a decade, especially here in Wake County, this annual Keeping the Forum workshop is always like a personal revival for me. In addition to all of the excellent information that is gleaned from the various professionals who so devotedly come back year after year, the fact that we get the opportunity to gather, fellowship, and listen to each other's stories is simply nourishment for the soul. And as I told this very audience 10 years ago, I can unequivocally say that if it were not for this Keeping the Farm workshop and the fact that my parents and I religiously attended together every single year since its inception, our farm located in Holly Springs would not exist today. And I mean that with all honesty. For you see, my dad didn't really have a great deal of experience dealing with attorneys. And frankly, given his generation, born in the year of the Great Depression, he probably even had a bit of mistrust in that regard. I can see it so clearly now. In those first few years of the workshop, Emmett Curl, who was then head of the Wake County Tax Assessor's Office, would get up and speak a few minutes on the increasing loss of present use value properties in Wake County and in the rapid rise in appreciating land values. And I can hear my father lean over and whisper year after year, "Well, Dave, I just think it's inevitable that it's just a matter of time. There is nothing we can really do to stop it." And then, later in the day, we would both go into an afternoon breakout session led by Andrew Brannon, who just spoke to us, where he would speak on the importance of creating a family farm succession plan and some of the many tools and steps that one could and should explore. And this would give me the fodder to keep encouraging Dad year after year to at least go sit down with Andrew and have a deeper conversation. Now, mind you, it only took 4 or 5 years of hearing the same message at this very workshop before I could ever get the old mule to budge. And I say that with the deepest respect, Dad. But when he finally did, Andrew was able to make an excellent referral to someone that could relate to my parents and their generation and to the level of sentimental attachment that we all had for the farm. Without putting a concrete estate and succession plan into place back in 2009 and having those difficult, hard truth conversations, our farm would have had to have been sold upon my father's death in 2013 to pay the inheritance tax. But as a result, the farm remains intact today upon the passing of my mother in 2022, and now the 6th and 7th generations of our family live to preserve another day. In closing, I'm not here to tell you what you should do with your hallowed ground, and neither are all of the dear folks who work for all of these incredible agencies that are here to support us. For every individual in this room has a unique situation that should be respected and appreciated, and none of us know exactly what family issues may lurk beneath the surface, both present and future. Should you desire to sell your land, you should be able to sell your land. But more importantly, should you desire to preserve your land, you should be able to preserve your land. It is when the forces that are constantly working against us strip away our choice that the situation, in my opinion, becomes unjust. We all know what the challenges to preserving our farms are because we live and struggle against them every single day. Challenges like family members' health concerns and the exorbitant cost of long-term care for loved ones, commodity price instability, rising taxes, future succession, personal liability, changing markets, political influence that affects our input cost, runaway land values, estate planning, adjacent encroachment, eminent domain, and the list goes on and on and on. But to that extent, I'm so glad that you are here, and I know that Teresa and her staff and all of the wonderful supporting agencies represented and presenting are glad that you are here. Relish your blessings daily, for what I have come to learn is that every day we have on the farm or in the woods is truly a blessing. And when you feel tired, wounded, conflicted, or even scared of what tomorrow might bring, know that you are not alone, and you have a ton of friends and resources in this very room at your fingertips. All you have to do is take that first step of action, reach out, and get the old mule to budge. Welcome to the family, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day as much as I know I will. Thank you.
Y'all now know why I asked him to speak, right? I've heard it. I've heard the story, and we still work with David on the conservation work on his farm in Holly Springs, and we'll continue to do so as long as he needs our help conserving and protecting that farm, David. So thank you. Very inspirational. Thank you, Leanne. So it's why we do what we do. It's why I chose this profession and why I enjoy coming to work every day. It's helping landowners like David, like you, make decisions and what's best for their farm. David will be here through lunch. If you want to speak with him, ask questions, and of course, Leanne and those guys will have a breakout session. So we're going to hold questions until then to kind of stay on track to make sure we get you to lunch on time today as well. We're very excited to welcome District 3 Conservation Biologist Jamie Sasser. I believe, Jamie, this is your first Keeping the Farm workshop. So welcome, Jamie. We're glad to have you. I've met Jamie on another farm he's working on and helping one of our other farmers with some wildlife plans and stuff with that. Jamie is actually going to be explaining the Wildlife Conservation Land Program, I'm sure, and other things. But this program also offers a property tax deferment, similar to our present use value program. But it has different goals than the present use value program. Jamie and Rob Robertson, I think I told you, with the North Carolina Forest Service, will also have a breakout session this afternoon where they'll be discussing, private land management programs that are available through their respected agencies for landowners as well. So welcome, Jamie.
Thank you for the introduction, and she covered it very well, so I'll get right on to it. So I think we can kind of try to make up a little bit of time here. So, District 3, so that covers Wake County and 10 other counties, more or less, the I-95 corridor all the way up to the Virginia line. So this is what I do for landowners. I work with private landowners. That is my primary job with the Wildlife Resource Commission. This is the districts here. We have 9 districts in the Wildlife Resources Commission. You can see District 3 here covers Wake County and Johnson County. I live in Johnson County myself, have lived for 25 years, and I can attest to the amount of development that I've seen in the last 5 years is incredible in Johnson County, and it's not getting any better. Briefly, just kind of what some of the biologists or what services you can expect from the Wildlife Resource Commission. Just in a nutshell, right management plans, recommendations, that's about 75% of my time, what I do. Farm Bill programs, assistance, once again, that kind of goes along with that. I do work a lot with the Farm Bill programs. The last couple of weeks, I've written a lot of recommendations in support of landowners, applications for Farm Bill programs. Our district biologist deals more with the hunt clubs and deer management program. Disease surveillance, we both do heavily involved with that. Chronic wasting disease has taken up a lot of our time here in the last couple of years, and will continue probably so in the near future. Depredation permits, more handled by our district biologist, and human-wildlife interface incidents. I got an email this morning about a nutria problem, so it's always something interesting and exciting that goes on with wildlife and humans. All right, so I'm going to get to the meat of our presentation here, which is the Wildlife Conservation Land Program. It is a tax deferment program and not a present use value program. They're similar, but they are different in a few ways. So the program was actually first initiated in 2008, so it's been a while since it's been in effect. But that really covered only two aspects of the conservation we're going to talk a little bit about. It is administered by the North Carolina Wildlife Resource Commission and the local tax assessor. A little bit of history of it. You're more than welcome to look up the general statute if you're so inclined to do so. You can see that's where it's at. So this is the basics of it, but there's been some updates to the program, which I'm going to kind of focus more on for this presentation in a short amount of time. So in 2018, the General Assembly made some additions or updates to the program, and they added a third criteria, and that is the one that most landowners take advantage of, honestly. Criteria 1 and 2 were mostly taken advantage of by landowners in the western part of the state. But with this addition of criterion 3, it really opened up the availability and, I guess, the desire or interest to other landowners. And that criterion is enrolled for actively involved, reserved for hunting, fishing, shooting, wildlife observation, and wildlife activities. And again, it was amended in 2022. The major changes in 2022 was a reduction in the amount of years you had to own the property. It went from 5 years to 4 years, and also added some other tax benefits with the Department of Revenue, which we'll go over briefly as well. All right, so this is where we're at today. We'll kind of go over the three criterion that you can participate in with this program. Criterion 1 is protect an animal species that lives on the land, and as of January 1st of the year for which the benefit of this section is claimed, is the North Carolina Protected Animal List published by the Commission. And there's a list that you can, I have a copy of that list. You can call us and we'll tell you whether or not that species that you're interested in actually is included in that. Honestly, I've not written any of these agreements for criterion 1. It's a little bit of a challenge to meet the threshold for that. And I've just not had any experience with writing any of this. Once again, the western counties have a little bit more interest in this. Criterion 2 focuses on more of the habitat, and I have written a couple of these for longleaf pine forest, small wetland community, and streamline riparian zone. So if your land is one of these 6 criterion, you're eligible to participate in the program. Obviously, rock outcrop is not one that we're going to see really in Wake County, as well as bat caves. So we're looking at working with landowners, stream or riparian zone, small wetland community, early successional habitat, and longleaf pine forest. And this is criterion 3. Once again, this is the one that most landowners have an interest in and is one of the easier to work with the landowners. And that is to create and actively and regularly use a reserve for hunting, fishing, shooting, wildlife observation, and wildlife activities. With this, unlike the other two criterion, this has to be inspected every 5 years by a certified wildlife biologist to make sure that the landowner is actively engaging and documenting at least 3 of the 7 activities listed below. So with this criteria, the landowner has to do at least 3 of these 7 criteria to be active and eligible for this program. The previous 2 criterion, once we write the agreement, all you have to do, as long as you maintain that agreement, the activities and actions in that agreement, and the tax office is satisfied that you're doing that, you're good. With criterion 3, you must be inspected by a biologist to make sure you're following through with the activities included. All 3 of these criteria do require an action plan or a conservation plan that I will write, and we'll work together to make sure that the actions identified in the plan are things that you can do as a landowner. I don't want to write anything that you can't do that will make you ineligible down the road for the program. We're going to go over these 7 activities a little bit more in detail. So what are the other requirements for the land? So eligible ownership, individual married couple, tenants in the entirety, a family business entity, a family trust, or tenants in common. Publicly traded companies or corporations are not eligible for this program. This is a family-focused program. Ownership tenure, this is a lot of information on this page. So basically, in a nutshell, is you have to own the land for at least 4 years or some combination of those 4 years. That was an addition. That was a change recently in 2022, where previously it was 5 years. Now it's been reduced to 4 years. And we can talk a little bit more about this during the breakout session if some of these may apply to you. But like I said, it does get a little technical, but we usually try to work with the landowner, and that as long as you meet that 4-year criteria. And then acreage enrollment. This is usually the one that kind of gets the most people. You had to have at least 20 acres of contiguous property. I really feel bad when somebody contacts me and you have 17 acres, 18 acres, and they want to do the right thing, that we could definitely help them with the program, but unfortunately, we're restricted. It's got to be 20 acres. One of the additions in 2022 was an anchor or satellite. So if you have 23 acres, let's say, and you have another 3 acres located somewhere else in the county, another 5 acres, you can actually enroll those acres as well, as long as the anchor property meets the criteria. And those other properties also have to meet the same criteria, with the exception of obviously the acreage size. For criterion 1 and criterion 2, it's limited to a cumulative of 200 acres per owner per county, and criterion 3 is up to 800 acres. So criterion 3, it does give the landowner more option to enroll more land in criterion 3. We can also enroll on property multiple criterion on the same property. So part of the property may be enrolled in criterion 2 for maybe wetland, riparian habitat, and the other, say 500 acres could be enrolled in criterion 3, wildlife reserve land. But once again, it's very important to notice that criterion 1 and 2 is 200 acres, and criterion 3 is 800 acres. This is where the money saving comes in. For criterion 1 and criterion 2, the acreage is assessed at the forestry present use value. And for criterion 3, it's assessed as agricultural value. The Wildlife Commission does not set the rates for what that is. That is set by the county and the tax assessor. So your best bet is to work with them to determine exactly what your tax deferred rate may be. Our role is to help you get into the program. We'll write the agreement and turn you over to the tax office and work with them and for final acceptance. Note here, the forestry PUV rate is usually lower than the agricultural rate, but also that depends on the county and how they may assess the land. And another addition to the 2022 legislation, which has really had piqued some interest, is the ability to, for the landowner who is enrolled in the Wildlife Conservation Land Program to apply for tax exemption through the Department of Revenue for any services or products that they do to manage that property to purchase at a tax-exempt rate. Once again, the Wildlife Resource Commission has nothing to do with that aspect of it. That is between the landowner and the Department of Revenue. The landowner must make that application with the Department of Revenue, and any records that they require, you must follow. Once again, our only responsibility is reviewing and entering into the agreement with the landowner. But that is kind of a nice sweetener to the program. All right, so what are these activities? For criterion 3, as I mentioned, is mostly what a lot of the landowners take advantage of. You have to do at least 3 of the 7. Worked with a landowner here in Wake County this year. He actually added a 4th because he wanted another one just in case he couldn't do one of the ones. So you have to do all 3 activities for 5 years. This is a 5-year contract. So if you do 2 of the 3 within 5 years, you don't meet the eligibility for the program. You have to do all 3, all 5 years, and document it. So, so these are the activities. Supplemental food, this is probably one of the easier ones here, and that's simply a food plot, a wildlife orchard, planting fruit trees and shrubs. It's not elaborate. We're not going to get very detailed and where we're going to have to spend all kinds of money and resources to do this. Work with the landowner, and we can make it work so that it benefits wildlife and also benefits the landowner. The other criteria is supplemental water. This is by far the easiest. If you have a pond or any type of water source on the property, there you go. You've already checked one box. All you have to do is keep it that way. Easy enough. 3, this is one a really fun activity for a lot of landowners that they like to do, and it's supplemental housing or shelter. That includes bird boxes, bat boxes, nesting platforms, creating brush piles, creating snags, anything that's going to provide some type of food or, some type of shelter for wildlife actually will count for this program. Habitat control. This is one personally, this is one I like to do myself on my own property. And that is any activity that you're actively engaged in helping manage that property for wildlife. Some of the examples are disking, prescribed burning, creating canopy gaps, crop tree release, invasive species control, timber thinning, herbicide applications, the laundry list of activities that you, the landowner, can do, or you can actually contract or hire to do in this category here of activities to meet the requirements. Erosion control, this is one that's actually not used that often. I've actually not incorporated this in any of the agreements I've written. Erosion control, but there is a list of factors or actions for erosion control that we can consider on your property. Predator control, this is one also I've not incorporated into any of my agreements yet. This is a little bit more detailed activity, and it is available, but it's not one that we generally recommend landowners do because of the complexity of it when there's other activities you can do to meet the criterion. And the last activity, once again, this is another fun one, and that is census of animal populations on the land. And you can see the list over there is some of the activities or programs you can participate in that will actually meet the requirements for this. Those that are already like to spend a lot of time outdoors and may have some of these or participate in some of these, and if so, you know, once again, we got another nice, easy activity category that we can check off. iNaturalist, if you're not familiar with iNaturalist, it's an app on your phone. You take pictures of it. It helps identify species. You know, just by doing some of the things you're already doing, we can get you active in this category, and once again, that's an easy check off. Nest Watch, that goes very well with setting up bird boxes on the property. That is a program through Cornell Lab of Ornithology. They have a nice, easy-to-use phone app. I use it myself on my own property. It makes it really simple and fun to check bird boxes, and once again, meet one of the criterion for this program. Let's see what else. Like I said, there's a variety of them up there, and they're all fun to use. And once again, they actively incorporate collecting data for researchers and scientists and biologists to help manage wildlife resources across the state and the nation. You're doing your own little thing on your property that helps out with that. So that is the program in a nutshell. Like I said, I will be available at the breakout session. If anybody has any other questions, the writing the agreement is something me and you as a landowner will sit down and we'll work on. It's not that challenging of an agreement to write, but like I said, I want to usually entails at least one visit to the property, walk around, talk about what your objectives are as far as managing and your property for wildlife or whatever your objective may be. And then I'll write the agreement, and then we'll sit down and make sure everything's good to go with it. And then I'll turn it over to you, and then you submit it to the tax office for final approval. And that's it. Got time for questions?
Yeah, that way they can have one on one.
Yep.
Thank you, James. Great job. Thank you. I think we're doing whole questions. Like I said, he's going to be in the breakout session and be here at lunch and all afternoon for the 3 rotating sessions that we'll have. So great job. So great presentation. Jason's here. Please help me welcome back Jason Page with the law offices of Jason R. Page. Jason has always been, I don't know how many years, he can probably tell me when he gets up here how many years. Seems like 19 years as well, like David Adams as well. But we do a survey like we do for everybody, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit for y'all. Have to complete your surveys because this is how we get the topics back and get the information you need for what you want every year. So we need those surveys back. They're in your packet. But Jason's is always ranked one of the most popular presentations every single year here at the Keeping the Farm. So I always do this, and he'll do it too. He's not here to provide legal advice, but educate you on many issues and risks that could affect your family farm. So. And so please help me welcome Jason.
I actually don't know how many years I've been here, but it's been a lot. I'm Jason. I practice law in Wilson. I've been doing that for about 19 years now. And before that, I was a forester. So my experience in the forest products industry and the people I met resulted in me doing a lot of work for landowners right off the bat, and that's just been increasing for 20 years almost. And so lots of issues come up. I have a pretty broad practice, but 2 that we're going to talk about now are real different, but they were both issues people were interested in. So we're going to hit highlights of these. And these are, particularly the eminent domain is going to be really top of the surface in this, so it could go a lot deeper. And I have much more experience lately in the other issues. I've done eminent domain, but it's been a while since I've been deep into this. So, as she said, it's not legal advice. The facts matter in your cases, and so make sure you get a lawyer to go over your specific facts and advise you on that. This is just general information. So when we talk about the power of eminent domain, first of all, we want to know what that is. And basically, it's the power for a government or an entity authorized by the government to take your property without your permission. So who has that power? Governments have it inherently. So the federal, state, and local governments all have a power of eminent domain. There's no authorizing statute. That's just a power that the government has. But some private companies have that power as well. That's typically going to be utility companies like electric or gas. There's federal statutes that allow certain other utilities. I know I had a case once with the Federal Power Act that had a hydro case in it. I'm going to go through the state court methods of condemnation because that's what we see most of the time, and there's 3 different types. So Chapter 40A has 2. One's private condemnors, another is local public condemnors. And the private condemnors are those utilities that I was mentioning. Local public is probably going to be your towns. Chapter 136 is where the DOT gets their procedures from. And that's primarily what you see under 136, and it's different than the others, which I'll go through in a second, because they've got a quick take provision, so title actually transfers quickly when DOT does this. There are a few other state agencies that also have that authority under 136, and then certain municipalities. I used to do some work for municipalities, and some were under 40A and some were under 136. So it helps the municipality if they get a local bill passed to authorize that. So there's obviously got to be some limitations on this, and those came up pretty quickly. The Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution says that you can't do this without due process, and it has to be a public use. So that there's lots of issues that come up with this in litigation, and particularly you might see the big cases you hear about, like Kalo that was in the U.S. Supreme Court, are things like, is it a public use? Most of the fights are about just compensation on the local level, but it has to be due process. We need to know what that means. It has to be for public use, and it has to be just compensation. North Carolina also has a constitutional provision that says basically the same thing. This is the law of the land clause. And whenever you see in North Carolina the law of the land, that can be substituted for due process. So those are intertwined there. Damages is what we're usually arguing about, because you want more than the condemning authority wants to pay. Most of the time, you're not going to be able to challenge their right to do that. For total takings, that's an easy calculation, is what's the fair market value. But a lot of times we don't have a total taking, we have an easement or a partial taking. And that is generally the difference in fair market value before the easement and the difference and the fair market value after the easement. In 40A, there is an alternative that says if the value of the property actually taken is more than the diminution in value, you can get that. But in my experience, the diminution in value is a lot higher than the property taken. And you can imagine if you have an apartment building in the middle of Raleigh and a utility company wants to take 1/10 of an acre to put a 230 kilovolt power line across, that might have a drastic effect on your property, a lot more than 1/10 of an acre, than the value of 1/10 of an acre. So in general, we're looking at what was this property worth before, what's it worth after, and the difference is what you're entitled to, and that's where trials are usually about. So there are different procedures for the different types of condemnors. The public condemning authorities, they file a complaint and several other documents in Superior Court, and they make a deposit, and you can withdraw that deposit. Now, there are some implications to that sometimes, but in general, if we're fighting about the value of the property taken, you're going to take the deposit out. You have in most traditional lawsuits, you have 30 days plus an extension to answer. You typically have longer. In these, it depends on which statute they're under, how long though. And then after that, they proceed kind of like a regular lawsuit. We're doing discovery, doing mediation. Then there's a hearing before a judge on everything other than just compensation. So if there are any questions before we get to a jury on just compensation, a judge hears that. The only thing a jury hears is the value. So we have a jury trial on damages. And the procedure for private condemnors is different than that. They're actually filing a petition. It's a special proceeding before the clerk of court. And you can file an answer to that. Then the clerk appoints commissioners. So 3 commissioners are appointed, and they are charged with determining what just compensation is. That's a lot more informal at this level. But then after they make their determination, the deposit gets made, you can file exceptions to that report and then appeal to Superior Court and have a jury trial on damages in Superior Court. So it depends on who is condemning as to which of these procedures would be used. So there's always something that can complicate things. One is lenders, because you might have a different idea of what should happen to the money than the lender does. I've actually settled cases as we were picking a jury, and the only reason we were about to try the case is because the landowner and the lender couldn't agree on where the money was going to go. And the judge wasn't having that, so he forced the lender basically to make a decision as to what they would accept, and then forced the landowner and the lender to get together before we tried it, and we settled that morning. Judgment creditors can be a problem because we talked about air property earlier. If you have 8 or 10 owners, it's real likely that one of them's got a judgment against them. They didn't pay a credit card bill, they have IRS lien or something, and we have to deal with those. Life estates can be a problem. Sometimes the only problem is there's a lot of people involved. Sometimes it's things like, I left my farm to my spouse for life and then to my heirs, or something where it's the class is not closed and we don't know who the heirs are. We don't see that a lot, but I have had that come up before. And then unknown or questionable owners. We've had situations lots of times where someone died with no will, wasn't married, a man died with no will, wasn't married, and has 4 or 5 kids, and we don't know how many of them legally are entitled to inherit and are not. We have people who died intestate, and we don't know who all the children are. We have people going back in title searches, and the family's convinced that 5 kids own it, but there's another 2 more children who died young with children and nobody knows where they are. So a lot of times we'll end up, if I'm representing the government or the condemning authority, we'll just pay everybody we can if that's possible. If we can identify enough people that we can pay all the questionable people, but sometimes you have to have hearings to determine who the actual parties are. One thing I wanted to mention, well, 2 things really. One is inverse condemnation, and this is basically when somebody with the power of eminent domain takes your property or some property right without filing a complaint to do that. And it can come up in a couple different ways. Typically, it's going to be physical, flooding or depriving you of access, noise, odor, something that would be a nuisance claim if the person doing it wasn't a government entity. Another's a regulatory taking. A lot of times you'll see this with flooding, like when a highway is built and there's flooding that you didn't or wasn't anticipated. The other thing I was going to mention that is sort of like eminent domain, but not quite, is cartways. So the cartway statute allows one private landowner to get access across another private landowner under certain circumstances. And the statute specifically references the 40A damages calculation. So it's the diminution in value after the easement is imputed on that land. So as I said, this is super quick, but I wanted to hit the highlights here. If you got any other questions about this, we can probably address that in the afternoon. The second part is asset protection. Now, a lot of times, let me say the same thing again. This is not legal advice. But a lot of times when we think of asset protection, typically you're thinking judgment creditors. We're trying to create a way that my creditors can't get to my assets. I don't think that's the main thing that's a threat to your farmland, though. It certainly is one threat, but there's others. So future unknown creditors is one issue I'll talk about. Long-term care costs, they aren't technically creditors because if you don't pay for your long-term care, you're not going to get it. Somebody's got to pay for it. But it still could result in the loss of property. Second and subsequent marriages often result in property being sold, and then transfer taxes. So I'm going to hit these real fast, and then this afternoon I'm going to talk about land succession, and I'll probably come across all these same issues again. So future unknown creditors, I put that because if you know your creditors, it's too late, you can't do anything about it. I get calls at least 4 or 5 times a year where people tell me, I'm concerned about X. What can I do to protect my property? And you need to do that before you know about X, because the statutes are pretty clear that a transfer is voidable to a creditor, whether it arose before or after the transfer was made, if it is with the intent to hinder, delay, or defraud the creditor. Well, it's usually with the intent to hinder a creditor if you call and specifically mention the creditor. And then you don't receive reasonably equivalent value, and you either engage in a transaction which your assets are unreasonably small to handle, or you intend to or believe you may incur debts beyond your ability to pay. One important factor here is there's a 4-year statute of limitations and repose for that. So if you're going to do traditional asset protection planning, do that 4 years ahead of time. All right, long-term care. 3 ways to pay. As I said, a lot of people come in and they'll say, well, will the nursing home make me sell my house? No, but they're not going to give you any care if you don't pay them. So you either have to write a check, or the insurance company has to write a check, or a government's going to write a check. So nursing homes they don't take IOUs. You got to figure out how you're going to pay it. And it's not insignificant. Who knows what this costs now? This is 2021. Everything else has gone up 50% since 2021, so it's probably a lot higher now. So there's some things to consider when you're protecting from this, though. Number one is there's a look-back period. For most people, it's going to be 5 years because we're talking about long-term care Medicaid. There are some programs that have a 3-year look-back period, but those are hard to qualify for. Control versus protection is a big issue because the way you protect from nursing homes is to give things away. If you want to control it, then you're going to have to use it to pay your nursing home care. Looking at long-term care insurance options is important. It is becoming harder and harder for people to afford this. I rarely see people buying traditional long-term care policies anymore. They're typically using some kind of a hybrid product. Also, look at available government benefits. For instance, most people are not going to qualify for any benefit that pays for assisted living. You're probably going to have to pay for assisted living if you need it, even if you're out of money, because there's an income cap on special assistance which pays for that, and it's very low. I don't remember what it is, but it's something like $1,400, $1,500. If you make more than that in Social Security or pension, you won't qualify. And there are some VA programs that pay for that, but those are, again, real difficult to qualify for, and I don't know all those rules. But you need to know what you're planning for. Some people come in and want to plan, and there's really no reason for them to do it. A lot of times I'm just trying to talk people out of doing the planning that they've already convinced themselves that they want to do. Estate recovery is important, and I'll give you one easy example about that. If you own a tenancy in common interest in property, it's not countable for long-term care Medicaid. A lot of people will sell their kids a 1% interest in their property as tenants in common. Well, that 99% is subject to your creditors. So they won't do anything about it while you're alive. Medicaid keeps paying. And then when you die and there's a $400,000 Medicaid lien, that 99% interest in the farm gets pulled back into the estate and sold on the courthouse steps to pay creditors. And I've had to do that a few times. Another issue is planning options upon incapacity. the things you can do with a power of attorney are very limited. And if you don't specify in the power of attorney, there are certain things you can't do, even though it says, you know, my agent can do anything I could have done if I were competent. Well, that doesn't include gifting. That doesn't include changing rights of survivorship. It has to specifically say that in your power of attorney. And I often have clients come in, and a typical would be a husband and wife. One's got Alzheimer's. All the property is tenancy by the entirety. And let's say the husband's got Alzheimer's, and either there's no power of attorney at all, or there's a power of attorney that says, you know, it's a page long, and it's the short form, and it doesn't have gifting powers, and it doesn't have changing rights of survivorship. Well, there's little we can do other than sell the property at that point. I can go and ask a clerk of court to approve a gift, which I've been successful at a few times, depending on the facts. But if you're limited to a guardianship, it's going to be difficult to get approval from a court to do certain planning with a guardianship if the sole purpose is to qualify for a government benefit that you don't qualify for already. Planning with title transfers is fairly easy right now, but getting harder. So I mentioned that tenancy in common interest. It used to be that we could take property that was not your primary residence and do a 1% as joint tenants with right of survivorship. There are certain counties that won't work anymore if it's not your primary residence. Joint ownership issues, those are too numerous to go over, but I will talk about joint ownership a bit more this afternoon. But when you have multiple owners, there's lots of things you have to be concerned about, especially the long-term care of your co-owners. So if you have 5 brothers and sisters, and one of your brothers or sisters is in a nursing home, that 20% interest might have to be sold one day. All right, tools to consider to protect real estate. I'm focusing here primarily on real estate. Liability insurance, tenancy by the entirety, limited liability companies, irrevocable trusts. Those are all tools we use almost daily in my office. All right, second and subsequent marriages, 2 scenarios. 1, you have children from a prior marriage and you're worried about protecting them. 2, you die before your spouse. You're out of luck there, because if you hadn't done the planning already, you're dead. Somebody else is going to do the planning, or no planning. Things to consider: divorce, not just your own, but your children's divorce as well. I've had life estates where the kids got divorced. I had one where my client owned a 1/3 interest in a farm, and she ended up conveying 1% of her 1/3 to 2 of her kids. And then they had a good offer to sell the farm, and one of the kids got separated in the meantime, and his wife wouldn't sign off. And by the time we worked all that out, the whole deal fell apart. Also, though, second marriages end in divorce more often than first marriages do. So keep that in mind as well. Your spouse's long-term care. If you're wealthy and your spouse has got $25 in the bank, then you're going to be paying for that long-term care. That he or she will not qualify for Medicaid because of your assets for long-term care Medicaid. Exploitation and stepchildren. I put stepchildren in there with it because they tend to be the ones blamed if they're not the ones that do it. But there's a lot of children that do that as well. That's something you can protect from by planning. Elective share. That's complicated, but your spouse is entitled to anywhere from 15 to 50% of your estate, depending on how long you've been married, unless that's been waived in a valid pre- or post-marital agreement. That second marriage, you get married the second time, you leave everything to your kids, you have an oral agreement with your spouse, we're going to leave that alone, and then you die first, there's nothing that's going to stop that other than that second spouse deciding, you know, I really don't think I need that 25% of his or her estate. And I don't think I'd rely on that. Pre- and post-marital agreements are something to think about, particularly in second marriages. Marital trusts can prevent all these issues I'm talking about, and then leaving assets directly to children or a trust for your children rather than your spouse, or some of the assets can help that too. Well, we'll talk about this more later because I'm running out of time, but think about this. If you leave all to Greg, Peter, and Bobby, and Carol gets nothing, Carol's filing an elective share claim. If you leave all to Carol if she's living, and if not to Greg, Marcia, Peter, Jan, Cindy, and Bobby in equal shares, well, Carol's going to change her will when you die and leave it all to the girls. Then, if you leave at least an elective share percentage to Carol with the remainder to Greg, Peter, and Bobby, that might work. Or even an elective share percentage in trust with the remainder to Greg, Peter, and Bobby. All these come up with different risks, and I always tell my clients, if you don't do anything, you're probably going to be fine, but probably might not be a good enough answer, depending on what you've got. All right, transfer taxes, I probably should wait to do that, but I'm going to fly through this. 3 taxes to be concerned about: gift tax, estate tax, GST tax. The point of these is to keep people from rich people from getting richer. It's not worked that well for who it was intended, and it used to harm farmers and landowners more than anyone. That's changed a bit since 2010. Unified credit for this year is $13.6 million. That is calculated based on 2010 dollars. Beginning in 2026, unless Congress extends that, it's going to go back down to $5 million in 2010 dollars. So that's going to probably be more like $7 million than $14 million. I think Andrew mentioned this before. You do have 2 exemptions if you're married, but you don't get that automatically. You have to make an election for that. And your GST exemption is not portable. So capital gains versus estate taxes. Some people don't know where you're going to land. If you got $10 million right now, you don't know. You got to protect from one or the other. Old estate plans pre-2010 probably don't anticipate the flexibility that you might need now. Second look marital funding means we like to wait until the first spouse dies and then decide what do we need to do. We can do that in a couple different ways. There may be planning opportunities for that 2026 sunset, and you should explore LLCs and 754 elections because that will allow you to step up the internal basis in that entity, whereas a corporation will not. All right, I'm done.
That's a lot of information, isn't it? For sure. Luckily, Jason will be back this afternoon in a breakout session, so we'll have smaller groups. He'll go into that more detail with asset protection and answer questions for you during that, since we'll have smaller groups as we rotate through. So also, welcome back Dr. Noah Reynolds. He is with the NC FarmLink program. I know he's been at several of the Keeping the Farms years ago as well, a few years ago. Maybe it was 2020, I think, right before COVID. So NC FarmLink is a North Carolina Cooperative Extension program that addresses the challenges of farmland tenure and transition. NOAA serves, I think, 55 eastern North Carolina counties, including Wake County. And of course, the goal of the FarmLink program is to provide resources to landowners like you looking at that farm transition, farm legacy planning, and things like that. And of course, connecting landowners with farmers who are seeking land to farm. So if y'all would, please help me welcome Noah.
So if your head's spinning, those were all great presentations, and I thank the attorneys for stepping up. Sometimes you don't always want to hear what they say, but for the 2 that spoke today, I think it was really important information, and this program puts these resources online. So if anything was a little bit fuzzy, once that gets together in public online, I urge you to go back and look. But we're not going to stop right now, so fasten your seatbelts because I'm going to try and get the train into lunchtime on time. This is a product that Cooperative Extension has worked on with Piedmont Grown years ago that started it. It's based on the Ag Census, and I just want to make you aware that we're going to be updating this. We compare the last two census products. This one is showing the 2017 compared to the 2012, and I put in the freshly released numbers from the 2022 census that just got released last month, and you can see whether it's a good story or a not so good story. In the boxes, the black boxes with the green background, you can see that since the last census, 5 years, everyone can see that 19% in acreage lost for Wake County. In previous sessions, going back to when this event was started, I don't know if you've had that significant a loss in the past. And as the total acreage gets lower, that percent's just going to grow. So the time is now for all the landowners in the audience to consider what they want to do with their land, because they own it now, and time is precious. The good thing is total revenue and sales from agriculture in the county has just gone down 2%. So farmers are doing a great job with what they're tending, but they're tending less land. And the bright spot is the young and beginning farmer number, which is actually grown 12%. Now, this, of course, does include farmers of all sizes, but it is a bright spot, indicating that there are younger farmers out there who are who are interested in farming land. Finding that match is kind of what we focus on at FarmLink, but it is worth considering. The age of the average farmer on the right there at 56, if you look at these numbers from the last census and this census, they're a little bit funny because they used to say the age of the principal producer, and now they do the age of producers, and you can have 4 producers per farm. So if those numbers actually went down, it's a little misleading from the last census. So this is just looking at the thoughts about the pressures that Wake County is feeling. This is the 2000 census data on housing by acreage. From 2010 to 2020, this is the growth. You see Wake County has been confronted with 25% plus growth. This is 2020 to 2050 estimates. Again, Wake County is in the solid green, expected to grow at 25% or more. These are putting tremendous pressures on the county and makes land legacy decisions and stewardship ever more important. This is what it's going to look like in 2050. The orange essentially following the interstate and extending 3 or 4 counties north and south on either side, 85 and 40, all the way from Raleigh to Asheville and down to Charlotte. These pressures are coming from people wanting their place in the country, what they call low-density residential. The fact that the state requires by statute that there's no regulation that counties can do on a 10-acre plus lot. So anyone in the room can take their farm and subdivide it into 10-acre plus 10-acre, 0.01, 02, 03, and there's no regulations that counties can do. You know, by seeing the areas around you that you drive by, how this happens. In areas like Raleigh, sometimes, they're going to subdivisions of smaller lot size. But you've seen these 10-acre plus lots. And they fracture the continuity of farmland. And just like solar fields in many ways, that continuity of farmland is going to be almost impossible to recreate. So it's important to consider those things, those aspects of development now. Midlife career changes, especially during COVID, people decided that they could do their work remotely, and they wanted to get out. So there was a lot of pressure on farmland. People see the benefits of being a bona fide farm and present use value as a way to connect their dream in the country with moderated taxes. This term here, financialization of farmland, just refers to the big money machines out there that can move in, buy land quickly, much quicker than likely anyone in this room. And what I see in terms of average age here is we have folks who've been around a little bit, but imagine yourself in 25 to 30 years old trying to get your first farm when there's bigger money out there moving faster, swifter, with the legal contacts and the financial resources to make that happen. I think I need to pick up the pace a little bit, so hang on. What we do at FarmLink is trying to maintain working ag land. That's what we want, and I think that's what everyone in this room wants to some degree. We're looking at making sure, to the best of our ability, that folks who own land understand the options before them. And we talk in the general sense. People like the attorneys you heard from earlier talk in very specific ways. And I can't echo stronger the concept that it's an individual decision. So just because your neighbor put together an LLC or a trust doesn't necessarily mean that's best for you. And the devil, so to speak, or the unknown is in the details or the omitted details. So finding attorneys that have experience in this realm is also very important. We're interested in accessible farmland, affordable land, and please don't laugh too hard there. Affordable is a relative word, but imagine those of you who bought land years ago, and it was hard then. Just look at the land prices now and the salary of those people who are looking to farm, and I think you would agree that it's even more daunting an enterprise to begin. More than anything, we're looking to support, along with the other folks talking about succession, the other agencies, looking to support transitioning farmers and landowners. We do offer a free consultation on succession for anyone who wants an initial consultation. Again, we're not professional legal advisors, but we can share tools that have worked for other individuals. Urge you to go to our website and see more of what we do. This is an example of a farmland matching database. Anyone who has a farm and is looking for someone to farm it, someone to lease it, business partnership, or providing a mentorship can put a free, no-cost profile and find a farmer is the path you would look to on that. We also, again, can provide consultation one-on-one via video call or in person to help you get started. Oh, and this didn't translate well to the screen. Just some resources that we have. I'm going to go through these because I know go through them quickly because I know that there's little value for little words up on a screen. But these two documents are a self-assessment tool to consider where you are, whether you're a farm seeker or a landowner, and what those next steps might be for you to consider. What we're all interested in is that you leave today motivated to take the next step in your succession plan, in your transition plan, in your land legacy decisions. Some people learn different ways. This is from Land for Good, which is a great resource out there in addition to what we have on our website and Andrew's website, The Farm Law, is whether you're a farm seeker on the left side or a landowner on the right side, there's prepare, find, transact. And If you get rankled about this, it gets confusing, it's fine to put it away on the side of your table for a little bit. It can be overwhelming and stressful. But don't forget to pick it back up, because time is important in all of these aspects. You can never know unexpected issues that come up in your life. Something we do offer, we're happy to provide, is a courtesy. Certainly contact your local county extension agent to find out more about this. But if you have a property that you're interested in buying, or you have a property you have and you're interested in just finding out what's out there, this is something we subscribe to and provide to all our clients for free. It's a great way to look at what a ballpark value might be based on your county averages, and then also look at the resources and past cropping history. That was a soils map. I'm a soils guy at heart, so I always get turned on by soils and how they look. But this, if you're a farmer, really can tell you what your productivity potential is. If you're looking for a farmland parcel, farmland assessment checklist, a tool online, and then some tools that might help you find the right place. It's a precious thing to be responsible to take farmland, steward it during your lifetime, and pass it on. And that's what we want to impart. All these presenters, especially Mr. Adams, who talked, shared that much better than I could. But we do have to realize that businesses don't last forever, and many businesses fail within 2 generations. 85% of new businesses don't make it to 3 generations. So if you're here in the audience and you're a farming family of more than 3 generations, well, we should be giving out capes and prizes for you, because you've done a very difficult thing already. That said, we can impart resilience to business plans by planning, and we can ensure that farmland is kept as farmland in a perpetual way, forever as we know it. Some tools you heard, I think in Jason's talk, he went through some of these tools pretty well. I think he'll be talking about that this afternoon. I urge you to attend that if you're really interested in taking the next step and want to understand more. How much time do we have? Okay. And I separated here long-term stewardship from privately owned to publicly owned. And I can share more about them. I think you've heard from Triangle Land Conservancy earlier about it. I just want to talk about that last one just a little bit, is mission-oriented farm REITs, real estate investment trusts. Just like anything out in the world, there's really good ones and not so good ones. But Iroquois Valley is an example of one that has really tried to be on the right side of farmland stewardship and empowering future farmers. These can be created. For some reason, there's not a lot of activity on these in North Carolina. On the non-speculative side, speculation in my mind is a little bit of a harmful activity when it comes to farmland preservation, because people are out there, like I said, the financialization of farmland, they're looking to gobble up farmland, keep it for speculative purposes, and then maybe not have the same decisions that a long-time family farm might have, those considerations to take the next step and turn that around. So at the same time, land has been the retirement account for many farmers and farm families. So selling may be the right thing to do for a farm family. If a farm has been fortunate in so many ways to acquire land over a lifetime of the primary landowners, there certainly are options to consider. Okay, we need some money out of it to kind of grease the skids of our transition, but we can permanently preserve this other section. So consider how it's not an all or nothing, and more than anything, it's that preparation that's needed before the time comes when you said, I've done it, whatever's done is done, I'm not going to sweat it anymore. All those plans need to be revised based on family changes over time. So what can be done? You heard about conservation easements. North Carolina is ripe. It's ready for some new and innovative ways that we can support farmland. The state does not have, as I know it, tax credits for transitioning farmers, especially those who are working with new young producers. States like Minnesota have great examples. Looking elsewhere, urban agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service, USDA, is establishing urban agriculture programs. There are lots in cities that places like Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania, I believe, has a Farm a Lot program, Farm A-LOT. So take a lot and farm it. This can be game-changing for many young farmers and introduce them into farming where they might not otherwise have had an opportunity, let alone take blighted landscapes and turn them around and open the door for other people who can see this happening as proof of concept. So FarmLink is needed, along with the others in this room, to help encourage people to consider the options and then take their next step. More than anything, the American Farmland Trust report, just spending a few seconds on that, and they did a Raleigh as a focus area. This is the 2016 baseline, looking at land loss through 2040. This is runaway sprawl. All those red, orange colors is essentially land farmland that will be, it's estimated to be lost and is currently at risk. Runaway sprawl might be the worst case scenario. I guess nothing's the worst until you've lived through it. But if we do better built cities with some better land use policies and consider support, we can reduce this last screen to much less impact on rural landscapes. Wake is on the top 10 list for total acreage to be converted to ultra-high density, UHD, and low-density residential to business as usual. Worst case scenario, no, excuse me, that's the middle rank of estimate. 46,000 acres to be lost by 2040. Maybe some people in this room, that's going to be parcels that you're involved with. Again, not in any way saying this is what we need to do, save farmland at all costs. I'm just shy of that and saying please consider what you can do to keep farmland in Wake County. And the percent is about 36%, just over 35% of the land is going to be transitioned by 2040. So it's not that far off. We're talking just over 15 years here. That's an annual loss of 1,900 acres. Maybe there's someone in this room who owns that much, but that's probably your farm, your neighbor's farm, and then another farm. You can go online and look how FarmLink is set up by region, type of opportunity. Those opportunities range, like I said before, what you can select. Once you set up an account, it can be published, it can be unpublished, and you can keep it on there and reuse it over time. Different types of production. For those people who are interested in finding maybe someone who's seasoned, a seasoned farmer, we do offer people the opportunity to be designated a certified farm seeker, and those are the criteria we have for them. The farm consultations we have, and then finally, the heirs property summits. More than anything, if you have a will and say, I'm leaving it to my kids equally, without defining what parcels go to whom, you are creating heirs property. It sounded like a good idea, but it's really a little bit of a mess after I might be gone for those people to figure it out, because we haven't defined those parcels. Our next session is up in Caswell County on April 10th. This is a joint project with NCA&T. And it's time for a raffle. Thank you so much.
Yes, get those tickets out. Then we got 3 other items, and I got some staff coming up to try to mix it up here. Hopefully we won't have winners quickly this time. Let's see. All right, first one. Last 3 numbers. 393. 393. Okay. No winners. Okay. 423. I got you right there. 423. Great. 428. Right there. I see her there. 28. We have 2 more. Is that correct? 1 more? Okay. Oh, 2 more. 2 more. Okay. We got 2 more. 333. 333. Nobody? Okay. 406. I see her right there. This last one, depends on who wins it. We may have to tote it to your car for you because it's really heavy. So, 391. 391. Suspense is killing me here. Who's getting this nice set here? All right. Let's see. 385. I see you. Back there in the back. Yep. Got a winner. Congratulations. I just want to take a second since they're up here. I know they're going to be embarrassed for me to do this, but I want to call out our Wake Soil and Water Conservation District staff. I think 4 of them up here. I don't see Emily. Is she back there? Emily's in the back. Caleb is in the back, too. I think he's helping with lunch as well. This staff here, they have worked for months on this workshop to make sure we had every detail covered from registration, your packets, breakfast, snacks, lunch, presenters, everything. So please help me thank them. Good job. Yeah. Thank you. And to our presenters, they are taking their time and energy to be here, to answer your questions, to give you this information. We're always here to help you figure out what the best solution is to your question or problems. It's voluntary. That's the one thing we love about what we do is it's non-regulatory. Everything we do is voluntary, and we're here to try to help you as best as we can. So this will close out the morning session for us. So after lunch, we'll be, into the breakout sessions, the rotating breakout sessions. They're about 40 minutes each for each breakout sessions. Now, don't be confused. If you look at your agenda, there are 4 breakout sessions, but you have to choose 3 because we have 3 time slots starting at 1:15. And like I said, each one of them lasts for 40 minutes. So you'll have to choose your top 3. We did this to have a 4th option for anybody who likes to have it, but also help kind of reduce our numbers a little bit so it's more of a one-on-one type setting with our presenters for the afternoon. The sessions will be marked on the door with the room letter. So I think that's A, B, C, and D, and with the title of the presentation. So if you don't remember which letter, the title of the presentation should be there. So hopefully that will put you in the right place at the right time for what you need. They will begin at 1:15. We will be closing these walls up. There's 2 walls here. We will be closing those at about 1:15. About 1 p.m. we'll be closing the walls so that we can get those breakout session rooms ready for the afternoon sessions. You are free to leave after the breakout sessions are over, so we will not reconvene here. So go to as many as you can, and then you are free to leave once they're over. If you're not staying for the breakout sessions, please complete your survey now and give that to us at lunch or anytime now and place them in the box. We will have a box marked for surveys by the exit door, the main exit door as you're going out. We'll have a big box there marked for surveys. This is extremely important because I've heard from one of you in here, I'd like to have this topic next year. I already got that on. I'm already working with the people to come to give us those presentations next year. But we need to hear from you of what topics are most concerning to you, what information you need, and so that we can get the resource professionals or the experts here to talk about that, to give you that information and to answer your questions. If you're staying through the breakout sessions, and please, I encourage you to do that, please complete those surveys for us sometime during the afternoon and put them in the box marked. We definitely need your feedback. The name tags. So we try to conserve everything here. So you're welcome to take your name, I think, if you want to. But please leave the plastic sleeves for us. We will have a box as you're exiting as well. The doors today, we'll have a box for your name tag. So please put those plastic sleeves in that name tag box. Lunch instructions. First, thank you to Forks Cafeteria and Catering out of Wake Forest. Yes, yeah, absolutely. David and those guys have done an excellent job, have been catering this event for years and years. And so they're here to provide a delicious home-cooked meal for everyone today. So the directions are, we want you to line up kind of in the hallway and to go in the kitchen area from the hallway, and you'll come back through the doors back here in the back and come back to your seat through that line. Hopefully they'll have 2 lines for serving, so makes it go a little bit quicker this afternoon. So if you need anything, I know some of you may need something. We'll have our staff walking around. Please raise your hand. If you need anything, we're here to assist you to get you what you need for lunch, desserts, drinks, and bring that to your table. So if you need any assistance, please let me or any of the Soil and Water staff know, okay? And then last thing, if David Adams would please come, I would like him to do our invocation for our lunch. And then we'll break and go ahead and get in line for lunch. So thank you.
May we pray.